Oh my gosh, it is Thursday night. I'm Scott Allen Miller. It is time for the Thursday Night Live. Welcome, everybody. Glad to have you here. Glad to have people signing on, getting ready, just sending out the notification, letting people know that the show is starting and getting the ball rolling. Glad to be here this week. It's been a long week. I'm very, very tired and looking forward to having a little bit of time to relax. So, hope that everyone is good, everything is going well, and all that kind of stuff. So, this week we are going to be talking a little bit about taxes because there are some questions from the group in Esteli about taxes for Americans. So I'll touch on that a little bit, although it is very straightforward, shouldn't take too long. And yeah, let's hit it, I guess. I do have some work I will do in the background. I think I got the word out to everyone, and Janet's here. Hi, of course, I'm going to have a class soon. D. Gilbert. All right, Mr. Scott, how do you feel about the U.S. market? Strong future, or do you think a slight recession will happen? I think a lot more than a slight recession is going to happen. I think we're looking at the bursting of a bubble, which I think everyone pretty much knows. The AI bubble is pretty extreme, and it's going to have to burst. Is it going to burst right now, or do we got a little bit of time? It's hard to say, but it is certainly a bubble. And you can just look at the market and see that, right? We saw it in the real estate bubble. We saw the internet bubble, the .com bubble, as they called it. And it's a normal part of the process. People come out with something new, everybody jumps on it, and they try to manipulate the market to get it to go as wild as possible. They do, for the most part. And it's a good time to make some money if you're a wild trader and willing to take on those risks. But at some point, it's going to pop, and you don't want to be riding the bubble at the time that it pops. So that's all there really is for it. Will the U.S. recover? Of course, over time, it will almost certainly recover. Are we looking at possibly the deepest recession in history? It's within the realm of possibility, for sure. Is that something to be depressed about? Not if you don't live in the U.S. It's kind of entertaining to watch from the outside. Not a big deal. So, it is what it is, Ambiente 14. Hey, Scott, finally caught one early, only because I started late, but still we'll give you credit for it. Tony says, that's starting out deep and depressing. Only depressing if you haven't already made your arrangements to move to Nicaragua or elsewhere in Latin America. Or, as my youngest daughter just approved, investing in Algeria. We had a talk last night, and she's like, yes, I think Algeria is the place to diversify. I'm like, all right. Also interested in Burkina Faso. Janet says, agreed about the market. Ambiente, speaking about the U.S., how do you think the tensions in the regions are going to affect Nicaragua? I think overall they're not. So first of all, there aren't tensions in the region, I think is a bad way to look at it, right? That makes it feel, not that the words are wrong, they're not, but it's implies that there's this temporary thing, right? Because that's how we tend to use tensions in a news cycle, to be like, oh, there's this momentary or temporary or recent tensions in the region. And that implies that there's a time where there aren't tensions. It doesn't really imply that. That's why it's a true statement rather than a lie. But it has this feeling to it. People read into it. Marketing is good that way, right? A good marketing campaign doesn't lie to you. It lets you lie to yourself. And in the case of tensions in the region, most people assume that we are implying that this is more tensions than normal. Are there more tensions than normal between the U.S. and what's the region here? Latin America, I guess, the northern South American zone. So if you live far away in the U.S., Canada, something like that, it may feel like the northern South American zone feels close to us, feels very nearby. For those of us who live here, I think very few people have the same impression. I think they think, well, that's not the farthest place. That's not like, I don't know, Malawi having something, suddenly there's a storm in Malawi. We don't go, oh no, will we get it too? No, of course not. If we get a huge hurricane in Venezuela, we're like, that could be here in a week. Right? So it's a little bit different in that way, but it's still a far off exotic place. It's still multiple borders away I think. It's still a difficult flight that you can't do direct. We do have an airline from Venezuela here, but they don't fly to Caracas from here. And just visiting back and forth, while totally allowed, not very popular. So we don't have a real sense of like Venezuela's right here. Colombia's closer. We don't feel like they're particularly close. They're not far, but they're not particularly close. Panama feels like pretty close, but Colombia's just enough farther, all of Panama away. And then there's this barrier zone, so the part of Colombia that's against us isn't. So to us, what we're really seeing is relatively distant places having relatively normal tensions. And so in the region, you pretty much always have an American military presence attempting to overthrow someone. If you look historically, meaning within the last 1 to 2 years or an upcoming 1 to 2 years, there could be a period in between active overthrows, but that period is likely to only ever be a few years. If you look historically at the U.S. track record in Latin America over the last 100 years, the number of days that they have not been involved militarily in some country in Latin America attempting to overthrow or actively overthrowing the government is minimal, maybe less than 10 of the last 100 years. And so from a percentage chance, at any moment, there's active warfare going on in Latin America. And that hasn't lightened up, particularly in recent years. To some degree, the insane levels of successful occupation of Chile, Nicaragua, Cuba, El Salvador during the 20th century do give us periods of extreme activity that we now have a counterpoint to. So that's true. But in general, there's always something just having happened, about to happen, or so forth, right? Whether it's one of multiple incursions into El Salvador, one of multiple engagements in Nicaragua, one of countless occupations of Cuba, one of overthrowing and concentration camps in Chile, manipulating the votes in Argentina, and so forth, right? Just always something. So to look at it in a really like, oh my gosh, things are going on, are you worried about it kind of way, is actually, right? Now, if you're in the country that's actively having that happen, if you're on the ground in Venezuela, of course, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, we're the target now. But if you're not actively in Venezuela, then you're just more of this is how the region behaves over time, and you kind of have to roll with it. We don't have to like it, but you do have to roll with it. And so he says, let me rephrase: are the actions of the neighboring bully going to spill over into Nicaragua? And I think the answer is no. And I think actually, and of course we don't know, right? Nicaragua is within the sights, but I don't think we're much of a target. We're mostly being ignored. There's rhetoric, of course, but we really are in a position where the U.S. has a lot to lose messing with Nicaragua right now. Really good economy. Track record is really strong at the moment. The last thing the U.S. really wants to do is draw attention to Nicaragua, because what they want is Nicaragua to kind of go away quietly, right? Slip into a non-news cycle. As long as we're heavily in the news, it's going to be drawing attention to the successes in the Nicaraguan economy. It is going to be making it clear that economic and socioeconomic policies in Nicaragua are shining and allowing it to weather storms as it has for a while. We completely outperformed the U.S. during COVID. which was mostly by chance. It wasn't some brilliance, I don't think, on Nicaragua's part. I don't want to overplay or overstate that situation. It's not that Nicaragua was like, ha ha, foolish Americans and their terrible COVID policies. No, they were like, they've got to do that, we've got to do this, hopefully we all survive. And the policies that we kind of had to have here turned out to work out better. Yay, but should we celebrate that we were stuck in that situation and didn't have a choice? Not really, right? In business, we say, you have to do a post-mortem, and you need to be careful not to reward having gotten lucky versus having prepared well, right? If it's not repeatable, it wasn't a success. Not really. It was lucky, but not a success. And so that's kind of, I think, where we are with COVID. I don't know that in the same situation we would repeatedly make the best decision. No reason to think we wouldn't, but no reason to think that we would based on past track record. And the same thing with the U.S. I don't know that the U.S. would fail like they did. They just got unlucky, right? They had to make a choice, and they made the wrong one, but not for, I think, lack of trying. But beyond that, not only did we get lucky during COVID, since then, we have had this incredibly strong economic situation that has really shown, and while much of the world is in recession, Nicaragua is the strongest player in the region. And likewise, France does not want people looking at Burkina Faso. It does not look good for France, right? Very embarrassing that decades of French rule left it in tatters, and a very small amount of time without France being involved has left Burkina Faso a powerhouse recovery economy, doing amazing things and seeing real hope for the future. So the U.S. really wants Nicaragua to go away. They don't want to get into a situation where they completely stop talking about it and people go, wait a second, why'd they stop talking about Nicaragua? But they need it to be like, they just weren't a priority. Venezuela was important. We couldn't talk about Nicaragua. That's where they want to be. And with that, they need to kind of threaten, kind of whine, and ultimately do nothing. And that's kind of their best play, I think. And so I really think that the current situation is most likely to have little to no impact on Nicaragua, or have this invisible impact of holding off any additional potential impact that we'll never know about, right? Oh, the U.S. would have messed with Nicaragua coming up here in 3 years, but because of all the stuff going on in Venezuela and Colombia, that had to be put on a back burner, and it didn't happen. Well, since it was so far in the future, and it wasn't in absolute plans, and we didn't know about it, we don't know that it went away, but it did, right? So that kind of impact, I think, could happen, but I think that in general, we're just so disconnected from the situation. We're so far away, and so not in a position to have it make sense to risk exposing how good things are in Nicaragua. And we're just not likely to see a logical U.S. response to mess with it at this time, to bring it up and point out that it should be in the news cycles. That said, you don't always get logical responses, and sometimes people in government have knowledge of things or plans or make attempts or roll the dice in ways that we can't predict or know or understand. And sometimes it's because they're stupid. But sometimes it's because they have access to a lot more information than we do, and are operating off of intelligence we lack. Probably not most of the time. Most of the time, they're probably stupid. I'm okay with that assessment. With most governments, most of the time, we don't have a general process for putting smart people into government. Democracies are specifically designed not to do that. They're known to basically make that impossible. So the chances that really brilliant people are going to end up running the country, very, very unlikely. That's not meant to do that. It's not thought it would do that. No one expected it to do that. It wasn't the goal. It's a popularity contest, and people who are popular are rarely the people who are smart or honest. Honesty and logic do not win popularity contests by and large. So while we could, I think, have some unpredictable U.S. dalliances into the local situation here, I think overall we're in medium to low concern level, right? If we were to have the green, yellow, orange alert system, how imminent is U.S. messing withness going on? I would say that I feel like Nicaragua is at a solid green, yellow, right? Are we at level 1? No, but I don't think we're at level 3. I think we're at 2, which is pretty good for this region, right? We rarely hit a 1. So that's my read on it. Can always be wrong, and there's a lot to potentially go wrong. And there's always the possibility that we will be drawn into the Venezuelan situation, but seems relatively unlikely if one even actually erupts. Will the U.S. be in a position to be able to leverage that? We don't know. Nita N85. Hey, how's it going? Luke is here. Hola, y'all. My father is here. Western New York representative present. Brian Watson is here. Yo, yo, yo. Our North Texas representative present. Robin Hindall is here. Hello. Happy Thursday. Happy pre-Thanksgiving Thursday, everyone. To the Americans, to all the Canadians, it's happy belated Thanksgiving, I suppose. Nita N85. What areas in Nicaragua are best priced for land? My husband and I are going to visit in May, but want to know what areas are best priced. Cheaper. We like the countryside. We're not city folk. So, in general, if you want the sweeping brush, the cheapest land is the jungle. That's just... Do you want that land? No, that's why it's cheap, but that is the cheapest. Beyond that, I think your cheapest land is almost certainly Leon. We are a wide open area. If you're not at all familiar with Nicaragua, you may be familiar with Germany. East Germany has dramatically lower prices than West Germany. Not just because of the remnants of the war 80 years ago, but also because West Germany is organized into a endless landscape of small villages and winding rivers and a pretty dense population without giant density centers. Whereas Eastern Germany is organized into a massive city, the largest in the country, Berlin, surrounded by Brandenburg, the giant empty space that's primarily farmland. And that has kept Berlin from becoming unaffordable, and it has made the countryside in Brandenburg quite affordable, accessible in many ways. And so Leon functions in much the same way. We are kind of like Berlin. Leon is the giant city on the west. Here in Nicaragua Occidental, and we are surrounded by endless farmland or empty land that could be farmed, right? And so the city is not contained by anything. We can just keep sprawling out in all directions, like real. We could triple the size of the city without really noticeable impact. Like the city would be bigger, but you wouldn't be like, what? Everything's falling apart. Nothing's designed for this. You'd be like, oh, there was just empty land and it filled it in. So it keeps our city cheap, along with other factors. We also don't have urban construction here, but that doesn't affect you, Robin. But for people looking at why Leon City remains cheap, we don't have the urban construction. We have the colonial thing. So the colonials always retain some amount of value just by being colonial. But in general, it lowers the overall cost of living in the city because you can't get those dense, amazing metropolitan areas that you would get in, say, downtown Guate that raise the price, Zona 10 or 14, where your price, or 6, of course, where the prices go really high due to density and availability of services in a very small area, so you don't, like, for example, need a car. We don't get that in Leon. You always need transportation to get around and stuff, so we keep a lower price envelope as we look at houses even throughout the city. But if you get to the countryside outside of Leon, it's not highly desirable. We're a little bit farther out from the main areas. We're very warm. So we tend to be the cheapest. Now, it's important to point out, though, that all of Nicaragua is exceptionally affordable, even if you wanted to be in the ritzy areas for farmland, right? So where farmland is going to be the more expensive, because that doesn't necessarily track with an expensive metropolitan area. Generally, we assume that southern Messiah and northern Carazo are really, and possibly southwestern Granada, is really your most expensive farmland broadly in the country. You may find some higher prices in the Boaco area, the Huigalpa area, because of the ranches, but the ranches are not paying huge premiums per acre. They just can't, right? Even though they're wealthy and do well, they still have to own a lot of land, and so they can't be paying big premiums for empty land for cows to walk around on. And so you're really looking at that southern Messiah centered region around the Pueblos Blancos is you're going to be your premium. If you want to farm in that area, you are easily, I'm sure, going to pay 4 times at least what you would in Leon for similar space and function, right? And I would argue completely worth it, right? I would prefer to be in Leon for the large swaths of land I can purchase. But if I was stuck with 1 acre and couldn't grow and I had to spend the money, well, Carazo is nicer weather and just absolutely gorgeous. Love it. And so easily accessible to things. Or Southern Messiah. They're basically one area. So all of Leon, all of Chinandega, Western Esteli, bits of Nueva Segovia, Jinotega, lots of the farmland, especially in those regions, is going to be outrageously affordable. But all the other more expensive places are going to remain quite affordable. Like, you could have farmland in Managua, and you might be like, I didn't even notice the price difference. What did I pay? An extra $100? Not per acre. Total? Like, okay. Right? It may be very little extra that you're going to be looking at paying. So don't necessarily worry about where it's going to be low price. Maybe worry where it's going to be high price. Instead of focusing really heavily on trying to eke out the absolute cheapest, maybe just look out for where it's going to be obviously more expensive and avoid those few places rather than limiting yourself to a specific area, because you can easily end up down by the beach here in Leon or Chinandega. You can easily end up in the mountains in Jinotega. You can easily end up closer to the city of Managua and maybe be at the same price, more or less, on a per acre basis to set something up. So I think, Robin, you really have a lot of choices. Figure out what part of the country you're going to like. And honestly, even if you're going down into the tourist areas, you're getting in the general Granada area, you're in the general San Juan del Sur area, while there's expensive or more expensive places, can you still get really cheap? Yeah, you can. Even Rivas has loads of just empty farmland that you could easily end up in, and be beautiful, right? Rivas is gorgeous, especially if you love just flatter fields, pasture land, rolling hills. It's beautiful. Chewing ice here. Brian says our leadership during COVID didn't help. Luke says, as the smart ones, we leave government work. Tiffany says, hello, Scott and Nicaragua. Hey, Tiffany, how's it going? Dale's here. How's it going, Dale? Luke says, if ops were to occur here in Nicaragua, you could expect disruption to infrastructure with propaganda blaming the local government. Yeah, look for that as a... I have a stinky dog in here tonight. Holy cow. Why do you stink so much? Or is that coming from outside? KL7RRC. Hello, Scott from Eastern Washington. Yuri is here. That's awesome. Hey, guys. Glad to have you here. Free Coach Ron Williams says Ron from Montreal is here. Tusk says, hey, how's it going, Tusk? Ron is here, but deleted his message. Not sure what's going on. How you doing, Ron? Anamaya 161. When you need to stay in Managua between Uca, Unan, and I think I saw UAM University. I have rooms in Managua. I have rooms in Managua. Cool, near to the universities. Nice. Original Joe Schmo says, hey, Scott, checking in from Todos Santos, Mexico this week. Hope all is well. Things are good. It's been a very busy week. I'm very exhausted. But that also means that I need the live stream as a time to decompress. Have my Pepsi. Probably should have grabbed a bottle of wine. Maybe I'll do that later. We'll see. Not ruling it out. I have some Sicilian wine every so often. I want to remember the taste of living in Italy. And but it's not a sweet white, which I would like to have with that biscotti hiding right over there from one of y'all. Brought to me here some real fancy Northwestern biscotti. which I do need to eat. But cool. Christy says, hey Scott, watching from Geckos with some tacos, birrias, and a mojito. Signed the lease for that house across from Alan. Oh, very nice. So you're going to be neighbors over there. I know exactly where you are. And enjoy Geckos. I've not been there since the new kitchen staff is there, so not able to comment on how the food is, but I do traditionally love their shrimps. Good value, and I love their air-conditioned room. But I like the other room for the live music. They do a good cumbia. You are super early. If you stay for 10 hours, Christy, you'll see what the party's like. When the cumbia bands hit later tonight, you'll be ready to go. Some older guy will come over to the table and dance with you, I guarantee. It is the place where the sometimes 50 and normally 60 plus crowd is heading out for some late night dancing, but not too far from their food, right? It's not like a dance club where like you leave your table, you go to the dance floor and get your groove on. This is more like, well, my food is right there. No one's stealing my tacos, but I can shake it a little bit by the table. It's a different groove at Geckos. It's a fun place at night. It's extra fun when my empanada girl hauls off and decks someone in the middle of dinner. That's how you know you're having a good night, is when she's just like, and the night begins. Ron says, do you know anything about a reported 5.3 earthquake reported recently? Yeah, of course. We were all talking about it. It was loud. The roof went, and Alan lives, so, okay, let me set the stage. I live in Western Leon outside the city limits. Alan lives in Eastern Leon outside the city limits. So we're good, by foot, about an hour, and by car, maybe 20 minutes from each other. And we're both on the expats group. So we had this 5.3, and the 5.3 hit in Villa El Carmen, which is the border town of Managua, where it touches Leon. So from here, it's roughly a 1 hour drive at our very slow speeds. So about 40 minutes southeast of Leon on the old road, as we call it, Leon Vieja, Carretera Leon Vieja, or the southern route. And this huge swath of it is Villa El Carmen. So right at the border. So technically Managua got the quake, but it was us. Closer to Leon than to Managua City. And 5.3 shallow right on the highway. And my roof goes, and instantly it popped up on my chat. Alan goes, that'll wake you up. Like, was that a quake? And he's like, that was a quake. I'm like, whoa, that was a loud one. But I mean, that's it, right? We've had a dozen between 4 and 5.3 throughout the week. That's the only one we heard. We have them constantly. So that one was worth note just because it hit right in Leon and Managua. Normally they're off to the water a little bit. This one caught us a little bit by surprise, so we all heard it. But even my wife was in Managua at the time, in the car. When you're in the car, you don't even feel it, so she had no idea. Rooms in the university area. Edwin says it was a 4.9. Original Joe Schmo says busy is good. Anamai says thank you, Scott. You're welcome. Free coach Ron Williams says, well, I'm well, thanks. And you, Scott? Doing pretty well. Good general progress on life this week, I think. Last week was, for those who watched the show last week, which most of you did, I was feeling very stressed and really needed some time to work and get stuff done, and was able to do that this week. So it was an exhausting week of getting stuff done, but did that. I have a new baby cousin this week. First cousin once removed, just born, so that's cool. First on that side of the family ever, which, considering I'm pushing 50, is always a surprising thing. And boy, other things this week, mostly just getting work done. Not sure I've been anywhere. Next weekend, we've got the Myths and Legends Festival here in Leon. Should be kind of fun. There's a parade and other stuff. I got an itchy back. I need a back scratcher. I use a spirit pen. My shoulders are kind of messed up. I sleep weird because of my dogs, and it has caused my shoulders to be bad, so I can't really reach back and itch like I used to be able to. That's something that I noticed getting older. Janet loves geckos. Luke says, looking forward to a nice Thanksgiving dinner next week. Indio Viejo, Buñuelos, and Gallo Pinto. Speaking of, so my big thing this week, I can't believe I didn't think of this, is we have a cat who had baby kittens. Now, it's not really our cat, but it's an outdoor cat that we feed. We call her Fritter, which, of course, is English for Buñuelo. And her 3 baby kittens are adorbs. We call them the Buñuelos. They do not have names yet, but they are all spoken for. Paul wants one, Marcel is supposed to get one, and Julian is getting one. And everybody has asked for more because they are adorbs. However, just early this morning, Fritter took her kittens and left. Now, she came back for food, so we know she's not too far away, and she's still checking in because we feed her and provide her water. So we're hoping that the kittens come back with her sometime soon. But we did have a rainstorm this weekend, and some of you guys know that they were living in a French drain, and they started to drown in the French drain. We actually had a really scary moment. I heard some crying and some rain, and the French drain's right behind my window here. And I'm like, oh no. And I went running, and I got out there, and we found some of the kittens in rising water. And we couldn't get the French drains open. So I'm yelling for Felipe, our security guard, and he came over. And I'm like, it's not budging at all for me. This is not going to work. And he and I grabbed it and just yanked and yanked. And we managed to yank out the French drains and pull the kittens out. I cannot believe that my back still functions. I thought for sure I was going to destroy my back trying to get those French drains open. But we did get them off and saved all the cats, and everyone is fine. And now the mother has moved them on somewhere. But so that, and we have a baby puppy who's here. He's been on the show. We've had him for more than 2 weeks. But he is a little tiny runt that we are helping survive. And he's doing great. He's in fantastic health. He's messing with the big dogs. He's eating the big dog food when they're not looking. He barks at them. He doesn't take their crap. A lot of good stuff going on. So it's been a wild animal week around here. Yeah. So our plans for Thanksgiving. So we're not doing a show. That's a week from tonight, right? We're not doing a show on Thanksgiving, as fun as that would be. My daughter, my eldest, my Liesel, was born on Thanksgiving, and this year is the year where her birthday lines up with Thanksgiving again. And so it's not just Thanksgiving, which already would be a pretty good reason not to be doing the live stream, but it is her birthday, and I will be spending it with her. And then also, because it's Thanksgiving, my youngest, Luciana, and I are actually making the Thanksgiving dinner ourselves. So we'll see how that goes. But we made pita bread last night. We made hummus just before we did the live stream today. So we got our thing going on. Edwin says in Managua, as Christmas is getting nearby, just 35 days away, 5 weeks, and Neutral installed interactive Christmas trees. They are literally a screen when lit up at night. Okay, that's funny. Brent is here. What up, chicos y chicas? Free Coach Ron Williams says, I sold my big diesel truck today, so I only need to sell my cottage, and I'm flying down to Nicaragua. Awesome. Major hurdle done. Good luck on unloading that cottage. Anna says, well, I just want to invite you to my property to know it with you alone or with the whole family of Managua, just to know my property and for free. Oh, Anna, thank you so much. That's so nice. Send me an email, and I will do my best to try to stop by and visit. What's the name of the property? Don't put a link. YouTube won't let a link come through, but if you put the name, then I can bring up the property. We are in Managua every couple days. We don't normally stay, but we do on a semi-regular basis. Enough that the Hilton is trying to talk me into Diamond Elite status. I'm like, yeah, right. Only 80 stays needed a year. That's my email if you want to. If anyone needs to email me. Okay. Oh, my wife just noticed the live stream and was like, oh, it's our Kittens and Fritter. That is my daughter's thumbnail of the week, is our cat and her babies as a band, Fritter and the Buñuelos. Dale says, oh, I got the joke of, oh, that was a different thing. Dale says, yeah, that's a cool thumbnail. Nice job. But where's the French drain? Oh, they should have had that instead of umbrellas. That would have been funny. Oh, got my email. Okay, perfect. I really have a stinky dog in here this week. That's that's a lot. Oh, it's been such a busy week. I'm all over the place. Luke says, for those who missed it last week, post-Fed shutdown, Spirit repopulated their flights on their website for January and February. Woot, woot. Yay. Cheap flights. Reparto San Juan in Managua. Actually, where exactly is San Juan? We're going to take a look. I did that wrong. Probably not going to bring up a map. Why does it bring up everything except a Google map? Like, thanks, Google, but I guess maybe this is a Google map? Oh, it is. Okay. Okay. We're going to back up a little bit and switch to... There we go. Okay. We're going to map it, guys. So I don't always know the Managua neighborhoods that well because I've never lived there. So we are going to make an attempt. Yes, it worked. Excellent. So this is Managua, and you can kind of see near the middle of the screen a highlighted area that's slightly lighter than the rest of the map. That is Reparto San Juan in Managua. James says, hello from Fundy. Now you're resident. How does it affect customs between the CA4? Is passport or residency used? We always carry our passports, but our residency makes it relatively transparent. But I don't really have deep details, but you would just use your passport. But we're pretty much able to do so much anywhere in the CA4 that it's really, really flexible. Okay, so this is Managua, and we got... Reparto San Juan here in the middle, so we're going to get a little bit closer. Here's the Hotel Mazante that a lot of people talk about, where Luke had some interesting things happen, where my GoPro was stolen. Like, that's a popular little spot. And this is Via Fontana that we talk about quite a bit. And then... see if I can... And then this area right here is the heart of Los Robles that we talk about all the time. So we're really, really, really close to all of that, right? So this is like where the... Let's see if I can get the spot right. I think this intersection has to be the Hilton Princesa. This is the Intercontinental right over here. Hopefully you guys can see my mouse moving around. I know it's there, but it is small. This is the Metro Centro. So Reparto San Juan is very, very, very close here on the Pista de la Unan and Héroes de la Insurrección. So how far away is... So this direction over here is the UCA terminal that we talk about all the time, and where I filmed just this last week, okay? So this is the UCA terminal should be like right here, I think is correct. And this is the new highway that we filmed, and then this is the portion that's still old, but will be updated soon. And this is Lomas de Guadalupe and San Juan. Okay, so that gives you a bit of an idea. So I'm actually in San Juan pretty regularly, but it's not an area that you don't kind of show up there and go, it's San Juan. It doesn't really catch your attention as a separate barrio or reparto. It's really just kind of downtown. She says, I'm right. Okay, so this is the area. Somewhere near here is where Anna's place is. Very cool. So I'm trying to see if there's a landmark I really know. Like, I know these streets. and there's the university here. Oh! Wait, am I off a little bit? This is the UCA terminal right there. I always feel like it's over here. No, it's right there. This is the old UCA campus, right? So now it's got the new name, and this is the terminal, and then that's the okay. So I was only off a tiny bit. So actually, on the episode I did last week when we went to the panaderia, Marcela's mother's panaderia in Leon, we filmed the Héroes de la Insurrección, and so we actually came right past here. We went zoop, but we just drove past. So you'd have to look really quickly for the Pista de la Unan, and then immediately there is San Juan. Okay, that is what we're looking at there. Okay, we're going to hop back to these questions. Which did I? Oh, there we go. There we go. Still learning how that works. From Fundy Reparto. Edwin says, what departamento you plan to visit, as you will not be in cold upstate New York for Christmas? Chinandega, hottest town in Central America, 50 C in March and April, but reasonable in November to February. It's never reasonable, but Edwin says, I want to go to Chinandega as I never visited in my whole life, Scott, but I want Matagalpa. But I want to go to Matagalpa, so Chinandega for 2026. So so here we go to Chinandega for dinner, right? They have a lot of good food, so we'll sometimes go up there and just zip up on the UCA, right? So if you've never looked, there's an UCA to Chinandega. So my friends in Chinandega do Managua day trips like nothing. Like it's basically the same as coming from Leon. It's not. It's a little bit farther, but it's so easy. That it's just a couple dollars and very easy to zip back and forth. Interesting. But yeah, just take the UCA. Take the UCA to Chinandega, and it drops you off on the left side. There's a bus terminal. You can actually walk. It's a lot of a walk. There's some cool museums to go see. There is some really cool restaurants like Dragonfly. Central Park is nice, definitely worth seeing. The church is nice. There's the municipal water park, which is like a big pool thing. I don't know if you like make a trip. The children's park in Chinandega is really good, way better than anything in Leon. And if you can, going out to Corinto is interesting just because it is the big port, right? See something different in Nicaragua. You don't normally see those things. So. No, from the UCA Terminal 5 Cuadras al Sur. Ah, okay. I'm going to go look at the map and see where that is. From UCA, boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know about where it is. You can say there, communicate. Can you rewrite your email? Yep. James says, talking about earthquakes, when you live in upstate New York, did you experience frost quakes? No, we never really experienced frost quakes. We had some major earthquakes when I was there, but not any in the frost that I know of. New York doesn't tend to have the really, really, really deep freezes. It gets a lot of frost, obviously. But it's far more light ice on top, right? Not that we're getting a really deep, shaking the earth kind of ice situation. Oh, the puppy's coming to be on the show.
Know about outside the gate.
What's outside the gate?
I was going to bring him with me to deliver food, but that's a bad idea.
You'll have to come back and get him because I can't keep him.
I will.
This is Kit. and he's here for the show. He's the little runt who had to be saved because he was starving to death, and now he's thriving. Oh, are you upset? Oh, you want your mommy? Why are you upset? What is this? What is this? He's like, I've been abandoned. She's doing something fun, and I'm not doing it. And I'm just on this show that I don't even understand. I don't watch TV yet. I'm just a baby. Yeah, I'm just a baby. Oh, are there other doggies in here and you want to go play with them? You haven't seen them for hours and you just realized you're in the room with them? Is that what's going on? Yeah? Okay. She's going to get mad at you. You know she is. You know she is. Okay, I'm putting you down. It's your funeral. Okay, Mia, watch out. We're going to hear a mad dog here in just a second. Oh. They gave her a warning. She's stretching. She hasn't noticed. Okay, he's at my feet. He is crying.
Come on. He's crying for me too.
Oh.
Really?
Make sure he has food and water.
Okay.
Edwin says, well, Corinto is where the new highway was made, but has beaches to visit, hotels maybe, but beach. There's no new highway, unless you mean like 15 years ago. I drove out to Corinto the first time 10 years ago. The highway hasn't changed since then, so not sure what highway you're thinking of. What did I get? 75 experience points? I don't know how that works. Ana says, que lindo el perrito. He is very beautiful. He is a handsome little boy, and he's very sweet. We really like him. The other dogs are learning to put up with him, but they also are they're a little bit older. This is my 7-year-old that's in here right now, my big one, and then the little one, Clive, is 5. You gonna come over and say hi? Maybe? No, you're just stretching? Oh, you are gonna come over. Okay, come here. Hi, baby. Oh, she doesn't want to pop up, but she's here. The big Mia that's always in the background of the show. She's right here. Yeah. Anna has dogs too. We have 3 now, and in theory 3 cats, but we'll see. Who knows with the cats? So what's everybody got going on this weekend? Anything exciting? Dad, I don't know if you were on, but Luciana has approved Algeria as an investment location. So we'll see about that. And we made hummus at home today, which we make on a regular basis. But Brent says, are there other UCA-like transports, not private shuttles, in cities other than Managua? Like you mentioned, going to Chinandega. From Leon, you would need to UCA first Managua, UCA terminal, then to Chinandega. So we're the exception because Leon is such a big city and Chinandega is such a big city and we are in a direct line. There's actually a little UCA back and forth. It's actually the Interlocales. It's not truly an UCA, but it is one of the UCA shuttles and it just goes back and forth between Leon and Chinandega. So we can actually get to Chinandega for like $1 and 40 minutes. Like, it's so easy. So that's actually really cool. And I've got friends who go to Chinandega at the drop of a hat, right? Like Nicaraguans who are originally from there but live here now, and they will just, hop over to the terminal and be in Chinandega, and it is absolutely nothing. So easy, so quick, so cheap. So they do it every couple days. And not for work, but and there's people who commute on that. A lot of people commute on that because there's a lot of jobs between the two cities as well. So that's a pretty normal thing to be doing. But you can also take a bus directly from Chinandega to Managua. But as far as I know, we're the only spot in the country where you don't have to go through Managua, and it's just that one run. Edwin says a new Circunvalacion highway was opened in Corinto several weeks ago, which was in construction since 2022. I've been there and filmed there, and I've not seen anything. And where would it be? Edwin says, well, I never visited Chinandega my whole life, Brent. Dale says there are shuttles going a lot of places from Leon Terminal. I saw Esteli and a few others. They're not normally shuttles, though. They're normally the chicken buses, unless I missed some. It would be great if there was... Oh, you're right. I think there is a shuttle to Esteli, but it's like once a day at like 6 a.m. or something. It's pretty hard to take. And not to Matagalpa, which really sucks because that's what we would all like to do. I don't know why the most logical run, right? The two largest secondary cities, having a run directly between them makes sense to me, but no, we don't have a way to do that. So, but what we do, we can take the chicken bus to Esteli, and you get off at San Isidro at the corner, and then the Empalma, and then you walk 5 minutes, and then there's a little bus station, and they pick you up and take you to Matagalpa. It's really not bad, but it's super non-intuitive. Yes, Chana is the financial approver, right? She's the conservative one who has to decide what we're going to be able to do and not. And the little puppy is back. What's going on?
I would like to share a funny story.
Okay.
Something that just happened. So the puppy was crying, seemingly for no reason. I walked into the kitchen, he started crying at me, and he was crying with you. So I went outside, and I came around through the kitchen door, and I saw something on the mat, and I was like, oh my gosh, is that a scorpion? And it appeared to be a scorpion, like, missing one of its pinchers.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, oh my gosh, what if the scorpion bit the puppy, and that is why he was crying? I'm like, Paul, it's a scorpion! So Paul comes running with a bug spray, and he sprays the crap out of it, and it moves all over the place, like looking like it's writhing around. And then he asks for the flashlight, and he goes, wait, that's a piece of plastic. So my baby got bitten by a piece of plastic. Not a scorpion.
Okie dokie.
Yep. Just thought I would share adventures in Nicaragua.
Adventures in Dominica land. Yes, Chana was looking at Algeria and feels that its cost of living, safety record, up-and-coming status, new embassy in Nicaragua, and other factors make it a wise investment location. She thinks that North Africa has a lot of potential, really likes the weather, the area. This is actually interesting. You wouldn't think this. So we used to live on the south side of Granada in Spain. And we used to live in Noto, Sicily. And if you draw a line between the two, those are two of our favorite places ever. If you were to draw a line on the map between them, that line would actually pass through Algeria. And you don't think about the fact, like we think about the fact when we lived in Spain, that Africa was right there. Because we could see it on a really perfect day. It's right there. But there's a difference between looking south, it's on the horizon, and then realizing that it's actually north of you in multiple places that we live. So we've actually lived in Granada is south of Algiers, and in Noto in Sicily is south of Algiers, and our home in Crete in Rethymno is south of the entire Algerian population, not south of the country, but south of its entire coastline with all of its people. So we've lived within the top bit of Africa. It's more like the top of Algiers is actually a little bit of Africa that spills into, I'm going to bring this up, spills into Europe from a geographic perspective. It's really interesting in that way. So let me grab this so you can kind of see. But obviously, we loved our time living in Europe, and we really like the Mediterranean life and Mediterranean food. And so we lived, you can even see it on the map. That's my house showing up on the map. So I used to live here in Rethymno. Oh, it even comes up, Rethymno. And I lived here in Noto. We'll zoom in. Right. If I can get it to... There it is. Lida de Noto, right here. We were actually up on the hill. And then we lived here on the Sultan side. So this mountain you see here is the Sultan side. This is Granada. And we lived in Cañar, just above Orgiva. Right there, Cañar. So if you go from Cañar to Noto, you go right through Algiers. And if you go from here to Crete, you actually go under all this because you're going farther south. So this area is just the north facing of the exact same zone that we lived in. So when we lived here, like Tunis is so close, whatever that is, 100 kilometers is all it was between Italy and Tunis. And we lived here and we could see this coast. These are the Atlas Mountains right here. And supposedly there's now a train here, and all of this is connected by train, Morocco to Algeria to Tunis, right? You can see it all there. So this is a very, very cool zone. And completely coincidentally, Liesel and I watched Casablanca this week. But all of this area, Oran and Algiers and Annaba, all of this beautiful coastline, very European, full of French food and Mediterranean food, the hummus and baba ganoush and pita bread, lots of vegetarian fare all through this region. Easy connections to Spain and Italy, all right here. You can see this little body of water here is this really interesting, middle of everything and yet forgotten constantly. And Algeria almost has the best of all the coastline. Like, it's really cool. But it's very hard to get visas and very unknown. Tunisia gets way more development than it does. Morocco gets way more development. But Algeria has a really good safety track record, really good cultural track record, very low cost of living, at about 2/3 the cost of living of Nicaragua. So pretty interesting there. And of course, Burkina Faso is the big up-and-coming African tiger, which for most of us when we were young, this is the Upper Volta. They recently finally kicked out the French colonial government and are now a free country with their own president who's completely in control of himself and has some amazing things going on. And the capital is supposed to be looking pretty nice these days. And it's obviously, this was the poorest country in the world when I was a child. And now they are the strongest, still small, but the strongest economy in Africa. So a lot of interesting stuff going on there as well. I'd be interested to be in the region, but it's a little bit wild to be going into Burkina Faso yet. It's still at early stages of recovery, but Algiers is, I think, the up-and-coming, in my personal opinion, new Europe. I think this is where the hot new opportunity really lies, in this particular green stretch right here between Algiers and Tunis. Plus there's a lot going on in Morocco as well, and all this connected by train and ferry to the rest of what we think of as Europe. Pretty fantastic. So lots of points of interest there. And unlike Libya, which has desert up, if you zoom in, the desert is coming right up to the water. You've got a pretty nice stretch. Like Tripoli is a nice area, but like right here you get a little bit. But their entire population is basically living in near desert conditions, much like Egypt. If you venture away from the Nile, outside of the Delta, you're pretty much. But when you're in Algeria, you have this big green and mountainous stretch. So you've got lots of trees and water and beautiful mountains and higher altitudes and stuff. So it's a really interesting area. If you look, like Spain, which is so beautiful from a satellite, looks nearly identical. So it's not a surprising region through there. So Algeria is very much on our radar. Luciana is extremely interested in looking more deeply into it, and I've been researching it for a while, and I think it is a big winner. So that is, and we'll let's pop in there and just show you guys a little bit of what we're talking about in the region. This is just Algiers, right? But decently modern city, neat French style architecture mixed with Arabic, well, Arabian. So much waterfront. These are just random Google pictures, right? But it's a pretty serious, neat culture. And Algeria has the second highest number of Roman ruins in the world, second only to Italy. So that is a really big deal. Like you really feel like you're in old Rome in a lot of it. And this is just a random town away from the coast. And you can see, oh, that is such a great picture of a cat. My gosh. Like, look at this. Those rolling mountains are so gorgeous. They do get snow, not a lot. Definitely worth going to take a picture when they have snow. Like, seriously, this is a beautiful country. For it to be cheaper than Nicaragua, and not like a little cheaper, a lot cheaper, noticeably cheaper. So that gives you a little taste of why we've been investigating Algeria and why that is a point of interest to go check out. And really what brought it up originally is 6 months ago, the embassy opened here. One, I have a friend here who is Algerian, grew up in Algeria, and works here in Algerian restaurants, well, owns, investor. And seems like, and we loved Morocco, we loved Spain, we loved like everything around it, and we didn't quite get to go there. And so, very aware of the weather and the mountains and the options and the connections to everything and where it is in the world. So that's really interesting. And but combining that with its incredibly high safety record and its incredibly high, low cost of living, its high quality of life indexes, it's a truly fantastic place to be looking at with low risk, moderate reward. It's not a high reward country, I don't think, but it's a place where it's going to take know-how and time and research to really be confident in investing there, and so that's exactly what we look for. Right, where you're earning your investment through research and on the ground risks and so forth. That's kind of some people work for investments that are highly researched with benefiting from where you're really confident that you can relax and let your money work for you, and that's pretty smart. But that leaves a large gap of what my business partner and I refer to as where angels fear to tread investing, specifically looking for the places that have the right numbers, have the right factors, make sense, have logical reasons to be doing well, look like they would be doing well, are currently, what you care about is trajectory, not position. Right, you don't care if a country is at near its peak or on its trough, or what you care about is the angle of its situation and how long it's going to last. Is it on its way up? Is it on its way down? Is it hovering? You want a place that's going up. You get your best chance of hitting a place that's going up if you find places that are at the bottom but have already kind of turned their engines and started aiming up. Right, the plane most likely to get altitude is the one that's partway down the runway. Right, they're not in the air, so the people who are using radar to look for the planes that are doing well, they're already at 10,000 feet or whatever. Someone's gonna be like, that's not where radar is, but you know what I mean. They have to wait for them to take off. But if you're watching the ground and you're looking at who's got the flaps down and the engines roaring, that's your thing. They're at the trough. They're all the way at the bottom of their economy, but they're heading down the runway and they're going to be in the air soon. That's your highest chance of success, your lowest actual risk. But it takes more work. And so it's part of our investment strategy to work towards places where we're earning part of our value of investing by having to battle through the red tape of figuring out how to do it, to going into markets where you can't just follow someone else's path, where you're actually working for the investment. Because we don't have $1 billion to throw at it, right? We if you have $1 billion investment group, you can't do those things. You can't afford the time to be doing that research, and you're not in a position to do so. That's one of the reasons why I think the Deloitte and Touches of the world have no idea what's going on in Nicaragua, because they can't afford to put high-paid people around the country walking around asking everyone for information. One, they won't get it. There aren't enough people to gather information from. The government's not going to give them that information. And so the only way they could gather information is by competing in the local market, and they'd have to throw so much money at it, it would alter the local market in order to do the research they need to do. Makes no sense. It can't be done. So for a place like Deloitte & Touche, they cannot effectively invest here. But for a small investor who's willing to put in the time and understand the market and is directly involved, there's a lot of potential of getting in on a place where the plane is solidly down the runway, engines roaring. And so that is, that's a big piece of kind of why we're looking at where we are. And, you know, certainly my audience here is not all running out, whipping out their investment portfolios and looking to alter the fortunes of places and buy it out from under us. So there's no secret that places we're looking at very seriously, Algeria and Tunisia being our primary points of interest in Europe, but also Venezuela, very specifically. Bolivia right now is a hold location. Paraguay is a good location, but most people know about Paraguay. A lot of people are afraid to go in, but we have boots on the ground in the region, so we're a bit ahead of the game if we decide to go into that. But Bolivia, you don't want to be investing in Bolivia right now from a owning in Bolivia perspective. You want to be in Bolivia and well established, like some of us are, and then waiting to see where things go. The winds are changing very much there. I think Brazil probably offers a lot of opportunity right now. Those are kind of, and then there's good opportunity anywhere. But those are big markets where I think there's a lot of really good opportunity, but you gotta be confident. You gotta be brave. You gotta be willing to do things where it's not that it's dangerous. It's not that you're putting in so much money. What you're doing is going where you don't get to follow in an already blazed path. Well, other Americans do this with this success rate, and if you do this, all you have to do is do as well as them plus 1% because they went ahead of you, and you'll probably get equal returns to them within a small variance. So like you're copying something, which carries risks, but the biggest risk is that the reward is not likely huge. Right? If you go into Costa Rica and invest, you may be able to get an 8% return decently reliably, but getting an 11% return might be really hard. But if you go into Algeria, we're hoping that getting an 8% is unreliable, but getting a 15% is within reason. And so it's a different goal, different balance. And for people who are very active, you win when you're willing to be active, and for people who are passive, you will lose if you decide to do that. Edwin says, Nicaraguan cities outside of Managua I have visited in my life. Huigalpa in Chantales, just recently. Matagalpa last year. Leon 6 years ago, and Jinotega last year. You definitely need to get... Wait, you've never been to Granada? Or have you just not listed it because it's too close? Messiah and Granada definitely need a visit and are very, very close. Anna says, I know you because my nephew who lives in Texas with his... Oh! Yes, I lived in Texas. Well, my family's from Texas. Dale says, oh, I saw them sitting there in the middle of the day. I plan on exploring the terminal soon, so might see what exactly is available. Yeah, definitely. I'm hoping to come up with a project to do some research on the buses more sometime in the next... I'm going to say 9 months. The original Joe Schmo. I'm so glad he's here because the copy Joe Schmo has been such a pain. So I have my trip to come suss out houses in Nicaragua for beginning of January, and had a question. All right, let us know. Brent says, harrowing encounter with a piece of plastic. Joe says, I got taxed coming into Mexico. Immigration trying to get money off of me for nothing. Does Nicaragua do that type of taxing on tourists when you enter the country too? They do not, no. There's a certain amount of fees to get in, but we're talking like between $10 and $14. Like it's a set fee. Go through. I assume you're flying in. Do the VIP. Spend the money. Worth it. you could consider that a tax, but it stops anything else from being a tax, for sure. But no, nothing like that. Edwin says, Esteli, last time 2018. Here we go. Granada in October. Tipitapa. Is that really a place to visit? I don't think you even get to count that. Messiah and Katerina was November. Okay. I might be heading back there. I've been asked to go back. Somoto and Madrid was 2018. I've actually never been to Somoto. I've been to Somotillo, I've been to Madrid, but I've never been to Somoto itself. For those who don't know, Somoto is our canyon. Edwin says, so Chinandega, Bilwi, Bluefield, San Carlos, Ometepe Island, Waslala, is that right? Are cities and towns that I've never visited. You've never, okay. So a lot of those, understandable. Chinandega, not very exciting. Bilwi, crazy far. Bluefield's almost as far. San Carlos, probably worth a visit, and I've not been. Really want to go see it. But Ometepe, you gotta make a point of getting to Ometepe. That's not just unique in Nicaragua, that's unique in the world. And living so close in Managua, you can take the bus out of Terminal Wembe and go down to San Jorge and catch the ferry. It's really not hard, and Ometepe is fantastic. So worth it. So worth it. Love Ometepe. Dale, still talking about Africa. I love what Traore, I don't know how to pronounce his name for real, but Traore is doing in Burkina Faso. Yeah, Traore is a huge encouragement. I don't want to invest in Traore until in Traore. I don't want to invest in Burkina Faso, trusting in Traore, until we see that he's there for some amount of time, and that hopefully there's a chain of succession, that we've got someone to look forward to, or someone else comes into play and maintains those policies. But he is turning that country around. It is looking fantastic, and so interested. One, in just, I love being in on the going down the runway, right? Love it. And I have been drawn to Upper Volta, Burkina Faso since I was a kid. Like, just always, like, this is the poorest country in the world. This is the middle of French West Africa. This is one of the most heavily colonized, brutalized countries. Like, they need visibility, right? And now they're in such a good position. Like, this is so fantastic for them that looks really cool. Right, so I encourage people, if anyone is willing to head out there. I'm really liking the looks of the current events in Niger and Burkina Faso, possibly Mali, that little region there. Plus Ghana always looks really interesting. That area looks fantastic and needs all the support it can get, right? Every tourist makes a difference. Every expat makes a difference. That's true in Nicaragua too, but magnify that. But these are bigger countries, but poorer countries, not Algeria. They're huge and much more rich, right? Average income is more than double that of Nicaragua, while cost of living is only 63%, I think. Like, the numbers are nuts. With a population of Nicaragua 7 million, Algeria 47 million, so totally different place. That's the neat thing about Algeria, is you're basically getting a European country at the same size as a European country, right? So when we think of a European country, most of us bring to mind a Spain, a France, an Italy, a Greece, right? Those are kind of iconic countries. I don't mention Germany because we do think of that, but that's really big compared to the others. But we think of these countries, and when you think of an Algeria, they have a populated landmass not that far from the same size as one of those, smaller than Italy, but very similar. Very similar weather and conditions on the Mediterranean, and a population size very much in line with a Spain or a France, right? Very similar. Smaller, but very similar. You'd feel like you have as many cities, you have as much stuff going on as you do there. Here, it's a very small, right? All of Central America together isn't the size of Algeria in population, not even close. So it's squeaks past half, but a lot smaller. And if you don't include Guatemala, then we're not even on the radar. So Algeria has this really interesting spot. But as a tourist, you can help get the word out about Algeria. But mostly they're like, we would have tourists if we want. We don't. So don't bother telling people, because we're not going to let them in. You really got to fight to get there. But a lot of those countries, the Burkina Fasos of the world, you can make a real difference. So if that's something that anyone is interested in, be sure to at least give them a trip. How many days is the visa for Algeria? I don't know. I think it's 30 days. It is not a long one, that is for sure. But there's, as long as you're not French, if you're French, you're not getting in, period. But as long as you're not French, I think it's not too horrible, and I'm hopeful that those of us who are here in Paradise, because we have a local embassy, which is new and very unique, that we'll be able to stop by and talk to them in person and be like, look, we live in Nicaragua. Look, we're in an allied country. Look, we're expats who are supportive. Hook us up. We want visas. We want to be able to go. And then we just have to fly to Madrid on that new flight, take the high-speed train to Malaga, take the local bus to the ferry, unless they now have a train there, take the ferry to the train station in crap on the coast in Morocco, whatever the name of the city is. Tangiers? And then now I'm going to go look at a map because now I'm like, what is the name of that city? Tangier, yes. I'm like, I've been there, lived right there. And then take the train from Morocco to Algeria, right? Which is really cool, right? Train all over Europe, ferry, train across North Africa, like that's super cool on its own. But then end up in your destination place in Algeria. Feeling pretty cool. So yeah, definitely interested in doing that and seeing what happens. Ambiente, when's the Algeria expat group chat launching, Scott? I will definitely do. If I go there and get involved, I will get an expat chat going. If it wasn't for the dogs, I feel like I'd already be visiting. It's so high on my list. Ambiente would say a country like Cuba is on their way up or down. Cuba is it's hard to be on its way down. It's in a really rough spot. They are struggling a lot right now, so it's not a place where, I mean, if you really want to invest to make a difference somewhere, Cuba could be. But they have such a problem with infrastructure and laws around investing and stuff. We certainly want to see good things happen there. If you can find a way to have a positive impact, absolutely don't hesitate to do so. But that falls into I don't know how I'd be able to invest with any reliability in Cuba. Maybe if I had Cuban connections, like family or something. And there's so many people who are potential investors who have those connections that I think it makes it for the random people like me more or less inaccessible. It's already pretty inaccessible. But you have so many places that are so good that you could be investing. If you want some place that's in a totally collapsed economic position but has hope, right? Haiti. You're looking at a much longer turnaround. Venezuela for sure. The Paraguays, they're not in any kind of collapse. They're just a generally low-cost country that's doing interesting stuff and doing well. Basically sound policy playing out slowly over time, so very positive. High safety records. You generally want to look at a place that has a good safety record. You don't want to be jumping in and being like, okay, this place has nowhere to go but up, and then realizing you're terrified of actually leveraging it. And for us, one of the things that is important as well is having the opportunity to enjoy the investment. Some people are like, especially Americans, just because it's accessible to them, tend to do investments that they feel are going to be very reliable and very hands-off. Well, I want to put money into an index fund and I want it to return good money to me over time. Well, of course you do. That sounds fantastic. That's very smart, and there's a reason why we talk about that a lot. But then if you look at something like this, well, this is going to take a lot of work. This takes a lot of research. This takes a lot of involvement. So I'm not going to be able to just throw money at this. I've got to actually do something. I've got to be there. I've got to, make good decisions or whatever. And because of that, I'm going to be spending time there or whatever. something that's important to us is having that be an opportunity to really enjoy it, right? So if we're going to be investing, for example, in Algeria, partly that is sensible because to us, we would really like being in Algeria. We're pretty reliably sure of that. The whole thing would be like, oh my gosh, this is so exciting. We get to do work in Algeria, or Burkina Faso would be similar. Wow, we get to, I can't wait to be in Burkina Faso and spend time there doing things and get to visit the region around it, right? If you're in Burkina Faso, for example, visiting, especially like the parts you would actually live in, most likely, going to Mali, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, Benin, all of those are nothing. They're right there, right? Just hop in a car and go for maybe a day or two, and you've hit several countries with very different histories and climate, and you can go to the north and see the desert, to the south and see the rivers and the jungle, and there's just for us, it's very important that investment be not just a monetary one, but one that's returning the things that we want to us, right? Oh, I don't need to take a vacation because my investment that I have to go check on is like a vacation, right? Now I'm in Algeria and get to go enjoy that, right? So that's a really good use of the money that you have to invest anyway, right? So that's a big factor for us and how we're looking at stuff, partially because we're active investors, partially because we know our children are going to be active investors because we're able to do those things and so forth. Ambiente, but again, I'm not really updated on Nicaragua politics. That maybe just a general statement. Kevin Walsh, hi Scott. Is there any cheap, safe surf towns or near ocean where you can live on $500 to $600 a month in Nicaragua or anywhere else you have visited? People can pull off $500 to $600 a month. That's incredibly low, so it's very, very difficult anywhere. But can be done, right? A lot of Nicaraguans live on less than that, but mostly Nicaraguans have lower cost of living than foreigners do, right? Often they're living with family, cooking with family and stuff, sharing expenses. You won't be able to do that, likely. So you have additional costs to worry about. My dad says, got to run to get ready for the Buffalo Bills-Houston game on Prime tonight. Have to have the popcorn and ice cream ready. Love to the family. Love you, Dad. Have a good night. So $500 to $600 is very difficult, but plausible. Can be done. On a beach town, gets much harder. I'm gonna yawn. Sorry. Because the beach towns cost more. They're more in demand, especially surf towns. They have all the little bugs flying around that go up your nose. The beach towns cost more in food, they cost more in transportation, they cost more in groceries, they cost more in the day-to-day stuff. Of course, if you're walking out and just spending your day surfing, for example, that's free, right? You're just doing your own thing. So it can be just fine, but be aware that is a very tight budget. That's very extreme. So you want to be aware. But can you make it work? Yes, in theory you can make it work. Would you want to make it work in Las Piñitas, where I am? No, probably not. We're probably on the more expensive side. Not expensive, but we're not on the cheapest. Most anything in Rivas down south going to be more expensive, right? That's the tourist beach zone. So that's definitely where you don't want to be. Places like Transito are going to be cheaper. Let me bring up a map here. All right, so let's go to our map. There we are. So north of Leon, this zone here, mostly pretty affordable, but I don't know how much of like good surf spots you're gonna find. Some, I'm sure, but you're only gonna get so much. Up here, no, rule that out. But here, this stretch, the Chinandega El Viejo beaches, you've got some options. And it could work, but I don't know how much you're going to find. Then here, we're kind of the higher cost Leon zone. Could make it work, Ponaloya, Las Bonitas. Theoretically possible, but it's going to be tough. There we are. This zone, basically empty, no good. There is Tesoro and stuff, but you're not going to get like $500 a month living down there. Porto Sandino, not a surf area. Miramar, plausible maybe. El Valero, oh heck no, just because it's expensive. Playa Hermosa, maybe, but there's almost nothing there, so a little bit difficult. And then Transito, this is a big surf spot here, one of the iconic surf spots. So definitely check them out. Then you've got the no-go zone. This is the empty tourist enclave zone, and then the connected to it, right? You turn into the inclusive hotels for tourist zone. But then once you get to Masachapa, Pochomil Viejo, Boquita, Casares, Huehuete group, right here, these are the cheaper places where Nicaraguans tend to go. Surfing may not be world class, but certainly there's plenty of surfing. I've looked at buying in Huehuete. I know Larry has friends in Casares. I almost bought in Boquita. I did buy, and then we managed the seller backed out in Pochomil. There's quite a bit along this stretch, a lot to choose from, and it can be quite affordable. So you've got a couple zones that are going to make sense and offer you a decent number of options. You might get lucky and find something in Rivas, but mostly this is more expensive. Papoyo, Iguana, Gigante, San Juan del Sur. This is the most expensive beach stretch in the country. This is the new highway here, so all this is up and coming, and the prices are higher. So that's where you gotta kind of watch out for pricing. It's gonna get you, and there should be a new highway through here soon. So all of Rivas tends to be pretty difficult if you want to get the prices down. It doesn't have the high density. It doesn't have, you can see there isn't a lot. So you tend to get big homes of people who have enough resources to be able to afford to live in isolation and have everything brought in, which can be super cool, right? But it's an expensive lifestyle. And so you tend to get big homes this kind of looks like a golf area, right? You can bet it probably is. Yeah, this is Mocul. This is one of the most expensive places in the country. At Manzanillo. Like all these, right? Oceanfront Resorts, Gigante, all kinds of famous places and all these things. And once in a while, you can find something cheap in any of them, but look how few houses there are. In order to get prices down, you need there to be houses, right? You need other people to be able to live there. And you can see, you go up to Huehuete, it's not a ton, but there's a lot more houses, including a lot off beach. So that's your more likely bet. And actually, Huehuete may be a great deal. It's a little bit remote, but it's a cute little town. I liked it a bit. And, it's big enough that there's a few things, but you're not going to get a big selection of stuff. Like, let's check out one of the big local restaurants. This is what you're looking at, right? But the food looks good, right? You're going to have some nightlife at the bar. That's the beer I didn't manage to have on the show because I couldn't find one. The Victoria Dark Lager Triple Malt. It's looking north along Huehuete. So there you have it. Those are some options. And other than Casares, almost all of them are pretty safe. You're not really looking at super dangerous. Transito's a little bit rougher, but not bad. James says, Thanksgiving vegan supper, tofu turkey alternative, pumpkin pie, available in Nicaragua. We're going to try to find pumpkin pie. Probably, I mean, we're going to try to make pumpkin pie. It's going to be tough. Yes, we make tofurkey. My wife always makes our own vegan turkey every year, has for forever, so we're all set there. Other than that, Luciana and I are making Thanksgiving dinner. Ambiente says French would be helpful in both Burkina Faso and Algeria, absolutely. That whole region, lots of French. That was my dad signing off. Kevin Walsh says, thanks, you're welcome. Anna says, yes, I'm going to write you at your email. Awesome, I will check for that, see if it came in. It did not. Luke says, all Nicaraguans watching the feed, what is this thing you call map? What does it do? I don't believe in it. Yeah, for them, I'm told that the screen's actually blank for them when I show a map. Ambiente says, why did you rule out that peninsula area above Chinandega? Because there's nothing there. So let's go look. Let me show you what's going on and try to explain this a little bit. So first of all, it is a peninsula. So let's... All right, so we're talking here. So notice that this is the reserva for the volcano, right? So this is a national reserve. And notice the road goes to here, and a road goes here and peters out in the middle of nowhere. All of this area has no road. Okay? So that's important. And all of this area is not anywhere near a beach. Only this area is near a beach, and this. So this is the port of Potosí, which is on, we'll get there. So this is all rice and salt. And then you've got these, like you might be able to, like right here you might be okay. Notice this is farmland up to the coast with no roads all through here. All the way. Nothing but farms up to the coast until it becomes wildlife preserve. And then it's volcano to the coast. All the way around until it becomes farmland again. And then the only spot where a road gets close to the coast, you've got this little tiny settlement thing there. And then you've got Potosí. And Potosí, while far larger than some of the other things, is not possible to surf because you're on the Gulf of Fonseca, so there's no way to get surf. So only up till here does any of this even count. So Machapa is the one spot that it is possible to be near the peninsula and pull it off. But it's also, I believe, relatively expensive due to how remote it is. And you're definitely going to struggle with getting transportation to and from. And there aren't many places to stay, right? So like this place though, over $100 a night. I'm sure it's quite nice, right? It looks nice. We looked at it on the show one time, and we're like, oh, you know, it's not like fancy, but this looks pretty nice, and it's $100 because you're so far out there, so you're paying for this neat location and pretty nice looking place, and they probably have decent food, and it's probably cool, right? And this looks neat, and it seems like they've done a good job, and I wouldn't be disinterested in going to visit there. That would be neat. And I've never actually been up to the top of the volcano to see the lake up there. Right? I don't know why there's not more going on up there like Laguna de Apoyo has. They probably just restrict it and don't let you. I bet this Mirador is really cool. It could be that the lake is dangerous. That's easily true. If I'm not mistaken, those are the islands in Honduras right there, and that is El Salvador. Yeah, check that out. So this is looking the other direction. So this is looking into Nicaragua. This is Cristobal. This is the one that we see from here in León. We're directly on the other side. We're over here. This must be Tolica. And so León is like right about here. And this is the lowlands of northern Chinandega. going on right there. And then more volcanoes way over here, closer to Managua. So what a beautiful spot. Like, that would be so cool to go up there and check it out. I would love to do that, but bit of a drive. Got to really make an effort to do it. But check that out. Look how beautiful that is. Anywho, and how do you get up there? So that's really why you wouldn't consider that. There's no reasonable way to go up there and be cost effective and be able to actually live. Like, how are you going to get groceries? How are you going to do anything? And is there good surf and stuff? Could be very difficult. Tim says, pumpkin pies in Nicaragua. I have 2 in the oven right now made with the local pumpkins that are sold here. They are not orange. Ooh, interesting. If you wanted to live very cheap, you could probably camp for free in a lot of places. It's possible. Kevin says, great info. You're welcome. Anna says, you are welcome. Believe me, come to my mom's home for free. Rene Acuna, yo, what's up, Scott? I'm going to Las Pinitas Saturday. Awesome. I will be in the area. I think Marcella is going to be in Las Pinitas all weekend, I believe. Ambiente says, well, that's a reason all those farms are there. Can't beat the volcanic soil. Right. Yeah, you've got a pretty nice place for a lot of agriculture. Monty Dreams, hello. How hard would it be to find a long-term rental in Leon, 2-bedroom small, on a budget? As long as it's long-term 2-bedroom, you're in great shape. They're all over Leon. That's like our bread and butter. Everything's 2 bedrooms and long-term. So if you wanted a decently affordable, like, I know of a long-term asking $300, 2-bedroom, just finished remodeling like 2-3 weeks ago, dual ensuite, which is unheard of, 2nd floor, neat neighborhood, close to a panaderia, close to a mini super, right off the main drag, but in a quiet little neighborhood. I mean, you could be signed up by tomorrow morning, right? Like, they're pretty easy to find. It's the 2 and 3 bedroom are what we have here. It's once you want studios and 1 bedrooms, very hard. Once you want short term, very hard. But when you're looking to, like, really rent 2s and 3s, no, very easy, very, very easy. All right, guys, you're a little bit quiet. Ask some questions. I'm going to just kick off a little bit of work here in the background. Sorry, keyboard messed up, he says. Luke says, any particular activities to expect for the Feast of the Virgin in 2 weeks? Not that I know of. I pay so little attention to which things have which. Like, you're going to be like, oh, Scott doesn't pay attention to that? He seems to be the one who knows. It's because I look it up for every event as it happens. I don't know of any particular for that one. Right now I'm focused on Myths and Legends, Mitos y Leyendas. That is this coming weekend here in Leon, a week from tomorrow. And of course, my kids don't want to go. It would be so cool to be a kid growing up in Nicaragua and have all these things to go do. They're like, we like staying home. That's what we like. Kevin says, can you get those terms for 6 to 8 month on rentals, or does it have to be longer? In theory, you can do it for 6 months or longer. You'll have a much harder time. 12 is, you're pretty good. Often, if you're doing 6 months, you're going to pay a little bit of a premium, $350 instead of $3. Something like that, or an extra month deposit or something. But you can sometimes, if people are desperate to get someone in, you might be able to pull it off at 6 months. That's within reason. Under 6 months, no one's going to talk to you. Jan says, this one is the Gritaria on the 7th of December. I guess that's in 2 weeks. Okay. Or 3 weeks, I'm not sure. Luke says, can you pull up the opening art for some additional exposure and thumbs up on the Kittens? Wait, can you pull up the opening art for some additional exposure and thumbs up on the Kittens in the Rain? Oh, one, thank you so much. My daughter is always happy when people actually notice. And yes, I just realized I can pull it up so people can see it large and on TV. Because if you're watching on TV, you actually don't get this view anyway. So this is my daughter's artwork. And it is portraying the adventures of our cats this past week. That is the mother, Fritter, and her 3 Buñuelos kittens, who are so adorable. And they are, one is dark, one is Chimera with the split face, and one is Creamsicle. And they are very sweet and very tiny and moved out today. But they did have their adventures in the rain, and we had to hold them in a towel and put them in a box and get them dry. And they're very, very sweet. And the mother is adorable. But that is also the mother cat who this past week managed to send my daughter to the hospital for rabies vaccine. So she has been, since last week's show, she has been in the hospital 3 times and been to the doctors twice. So she's had major dental work. She saw a toe surgeon. She has, and then 3 visits to the hospital, once to the ER and 2 follow-up rabies treatments. So, and then with tomorrow, she's done until mid-January, I believe, on those. So that's been a little bit of an adventure for her. James says 2-bedroom yearly rental only using for half the year. Canadian winter would need security for time back and funding. Yes. So if that's a question, yeah, that you would almost certainly want security. Now, do you want to rent for a whole year and only use for half the year? Easily. That's a very logical thing, right? If you want to put your stuff in there. So the place I'm actually mentioning, just because I've seen it recently when Norman was here and we went and saw it with him, and Janet was there, so she knows exactly the place I'm talking about, and Dale lives next door, could be really, really good. One, because you have a neighbor you know, right? So, okay, my neighbor, and it's a very close neighbor. It's not like next door, like down there. It's you share a balcony with a security wall in between, like a metal gate. So you could sit out and talk to each other on your balconies. And it's a quiet neighborhood, and it's triple gated. So you have an outside gate at the first floor. Then you come up the stairs, and you're inside a metal frame. So if you wanted to break in through the front door, you have to go through a metal wall to get in. Then you come up inside a security walled area that you'd have to get out of. Then you get into the balcony for that particular house, and you're still outside the house. And all this time you're visible from the street and the neighbors. And did you just triangulate the properties we had? And then and then you have to break in the doors of the apartment, and then the doors would be wide open, most likely, visible from the street, and the apartment is pretty visible. It would be pretty tough to rob the place. You wouldn't necessarily need a cuidador for a place like that. You could probably work out a deal with your neighbor or someone to check on it every week or two. and feel really comfortable, or keep internet there and keep a camera on it and just have a few people to call. If because it's a second floor walk up, because it has so many layers of security, because of the brand new construction, I would actually feel pretty comfortable leaving it for long periods of time if I had a camera on it and knew the neighbor. So that's that kind of thing would be an option. And it had a nice living room, nothing huge, right? Obviously not, but it had a good sized living room. I mean, everything was completely modern, so I was really happy with it. Had an enclosed laundry area off the kitchen, brand new kitchen. I mean, everything was brand new. The dual en-suites, fantastic. Like, just like my $180 apartment, I would probably talk this place down to $280. Because I have a bit more bargaining power than most people, and locals would be like, dude, take his money. The guy lives here, like everyone knows him. You know, he'll rent for years, just take it and you know, so I have that advantage of being a long-term renter, that like the apartment I had 2-3 years we rented, right? We barely used it, no wear and tear, no nothing. We repaired things. And so a lot of places would rent to me a little bit cheaper, knowing that they're really taking no risk at all, and that it's likely a long-term rental, because why would I bother getting it otherwise normally? And I might be willing to sign a 2-year, right? If I was going to do that and have another place in town, I would totally go for that place. I think it's really sensible, and so it's pretty neat, really attractive. And a place like that, leaving it empty, I think you could do. If you're getting a more normal place, so if you're just getting an apartment, you got to find an apartment building. They do exist, but they're very, very, very rare. I'm going to do a map here. No, that's the wrong. I think there we go. We're going to jump back into the map. So now we're talking Leon again. Let's get rid of this. All right, somewhere right in this zone, there's a really nice apartment building that you cannot see from the street. I think it might be here. And absolutely gorgeous apartments. They share a courtyard. That kind of place works, where you have really modern, and your neighbors are able to watch out for you, and you can get to know people, and you put a bunch of these things together, and it's like, okay, this is an apartment I can really close up. I can put a camera on it, and with a little bit of work, you're pretty secure. Whereas a traditional house on the street, like my house in Laborio, you have that middle entrance that people could sneak in and out easily from with nobody being able to see. No neighbor could see. No one would know. People on the street wouldn't know. That I hate that in the colonial centers. So that kind of stuff makes it very hard. But if you had a more modern apartment where that was super difficult, the whole thing's enclosed, you just have windows on one or two sides, your neighbors can see you, you have to go through shared entrances to get there, you can make it work pretty well. So it varies a little bit. And generally, you're going to be paying more for those apartments because they're generally quite a bit more modern. But it is plausible, and then having no cuidadores can make sense. But if you want to have a cuidador and you want to have someone who lives in and cooks and takes care of things, I have Ida who does that here. She doesn't live in most of the time, but she will stay here from time to time if we need her. If we need someone to stay with the dogs or whatever, she'll crash here and sleep with the dogs. And so we can leave the house for long periods of time and just be like, hey, just stay at the house. And then she's here, the dogs are here, people still come and go, security's still outside because we've got all this stuff. That's part of one of the reasons we want security. We can leave anytime. The house, like, I don't have to worry about the house. What if there's flooding in the house, right? Our friend the other night, they left water running and it flooded because they were out. We don't really have that. Our security would be like, there's water running out the front door. I better go investigate, right? No one's home. Why is there water, right? No one's home. Why is a light on? Why is a flashlight flying? They're going to go check those things. They're going to pay attention to the dogs. So there's a lot of comfort from that. But even if we had a small place and just had Ida, we could be like, hey, we're going to be gone for 6 months. But if she's living there, then she can take care of the place. For her, it's pretty much a great job. She doesn't have to do anything for 6 months other than keep the place presentable. And then when you're there, cook or whatever. And then you have someone to talk to in the house. Be like, hey, I'm shipping some new stuff there. Can you pick it up? Hey, I'll be there in a week. Make sure the house is clean. Hey, can you stock the fridge before I get there so I don't have to deal with that and can just walk in and have food? Right? Can make life very easy and make that 6 on, 6 off work really well. That's certainly an option. Janet says, and they have a door that opens to a drop from the balcony just in front of the front door for furniture loading. Yep, that is pretty cool. John Mason is here. Good evening, Scott and everyone. Hey, John. Janet says, it's the Concepcion de Maria. The Griteria Chiquita is the Ascensión de Maria. Dale says, yeah, it's secure. The gates are crazy strong. The gringo neighbor can be a curmudgeon, though. Janet smiles. Dale, did you get one of those gates to nowhere? I didn't notice over there. Dale says, if you move to a gate community like Fatima, could probably work out a 6 month here, 6 month out thing with security guards. You could definitely work out that they know you're gone and to watch over your place. Absolutely, because you are paying the security guards and they patrol anyway. Right, so he's right. In Fatima, where you have known guards who are doing a known round of the places, just say, look, my place is going to be empty for the next 6 months, and if someone's going to stay there, I'll call you. Super easy. Like I spend enough time in Fatima. Sometimes I have the WhatsApp of the guards, and can be like, "Hey, I'm in the area. I'm going to be walking around or whatever." They're like, "Have a good time." So yeah, that'd be very easy. Very, very easy to do. Jen says, "Oh, you get those bars over your courtyard like we have." Yes, some places put bars over the courtyards, which I don't like how they feel. Like, it's like, this is not meant to be this way, but I also like not being open to the sky in the middle of my house. It's hard to decide. Nick Alberto. Hi, Scott. Espero que estás bien. Where's your hat? My hat? I don't wear a hat on the live stream. I used to. Oh, I've got one right over there. I used to wear a hat on the live stream, and people complained. They're like, you're not outside. There's no reason to wear a hat. You need to take it off. And I was like, okay, I will take it off for the live stream. And so I try not to wear one for this. Thank you so much for you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Dale says, yes, I have a gate to a drop. Figured it's for moving large furniture or a piano. You should put a piano in there, Dale. I want to see that. Oh, Dale, did you find the butter bread? I need to know. Janet has had it. Wait, Janet, did you have it? Marcella still raves about it. She's like, that bread is so good. Nick Alberto says, thank you for sharing so much knowledge. I appreciate it. I seen your video so much when I was living in the States. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Vince is here. Hey, Scott. Anna says, hola, the invitation is still active. I'm checking my... Anna, I have not gotten your email yet. I'm watching to make sure that I receive it, and I've not seen it. Okay. Thanks. James says, how's the new bus terminal coming along? Really well. The road is almost done. So they've been paving the road, and I really need to get out there, but it's been barricaded, so I wasn't able to do anything until, like, this morning. So I'm hoping really soon I will get out there. Dale says, yes, butter bread for the win, and the other things I got are really good, too. I got a few other things that were good, but the butter bread was amazing. I ate an entire loaf. I was just like, I'm walking around with Janet, like, investigating. I'm just eating this bread. Jan says we got the one with ham. I bet that's good too. The ham here does not look great to me, but I'm vegetarian, so. Yeah, I was really shocked. I need to go back and just get that bread. Like, it's worth a trip. And I should stop in and see Dale, probably. But I need to go get some bread. Got a good number of people on. We got 29 people on right now. A little housekeeping in the background. I need to go find a snack, but I don't know what to eat. I do have pasta, but I don't want to eat pasta on the show. It's a little bit weird. Our new swimming pool is almost done. I keep seeing pictures of it. I can't wait to see water in it. I can't wait to have someone bring me a cocktail in it, I should say. That's really that's the measure of when a pool is done, is when you're actually sitting in it and someone brings you a drink. James says, back to pumpkin in Nicaragua. Is it true pumpkin or something close? I believe it is pumpkin from the pumpkin family, but I'm not 100% sure. Luke just finished his last stroopwafel. I wish I had stroopwafels. Did I get your mail? I'm checking. Not yet. I have not gotten an email since 4:30. I just sent myself an email and I've not received it yet, so it could be a little bit. Dale says, I offered to buy you a coffee at Dr. Coffee when I was over there. Maybe it'd be more enticing if I brought you a couple of butter breads. Yes. How am I adjusting the speed limits? I never really drive. If the email goes to his spam folder, he'll never see it. He's vegan. That's a good point. I actually did look in the spam filter, and there's nothing. Something's definitely fishy because I did not get mail. This is... Or did it not get sent? Oh. I got my email, but I've not received yours yet. No. Maybe try again. It's been way too long for it not to have shown up yet. Looks at spiced ham product, number 4, aka spam. The question is, how bad did the first of 3 versions have to be to get to where we are? Nothing yet. Try sending again. What email service are you sending from? I've got no junk and nothing to my inbox. I'm gonna hold on. Don't leave. Getting a snack. Ask questions while I'm gone. Talk amongst yourselves. Don't leave. Alright guys, I'll be right back. Just gonna grab something to munch on. Oh, you're such a cute dog. Look at you. Look at you. You're such a good dog. You're a sweet girl. All right, my mission for a snack really, I think, was more of I just needed to stretch my legs for a minute. John was able to email me, and the email came right through. Thanks, John. I appreciate it. Anna says coming from Gmail. If you're emailing from Gmail, tell me the part of your email before the Gmail in the chat, and then I can email you, and you can respond to it. So maybe that will help. So I didn't find a snack, but I did find. Hopefully I can get this to focus. Cucumber gin and tonic. Heck yeah. That had no fizz when I popped it. That makes me worry that it's an open can somehow. Tastes right. So my eldest and I this week we watched Casablanca. Loved that movie. She was not impressed. She does not like romances if she doesn't already know the characters. So that's a tough one for things like that. But and she got through it. She loved Rear Window, which we watched recently. Pardon me. So she's a big fan of Hitchcock. Did not like Casablanca. I love Casablanca. I love the story. I love the characters. I love the friendship between the police chief and Rick. It's a really great movie. I mean, it's passe to think it's a great movie, right? Everybody thinks it's a great movie, but it really is. But we are now watching the TV show As Time Goes By, which is my all-time favorite TV show, for anyone who is wondering, from 1992. Ran for 10 years, famous with Dame Judi Dench and Jeffrey Palmer. Just a fantastic show. And it's I have not watched it in a really long time. I'm not sure I've seen it since my daughters were born. And watching it again with Liesel is so much of, like, every moment of it is so familiar. It's right as if I just watched it, which is neat. That in some ways it's so nostalgic, because I originally watched it with my parents in 1992 when I was in high school. It was something that we all watched together and really appreciated. And then I've watched it many times. My wife and I watched it together when we were probably first married. I've probably seen it twice through with her, maybe. And now finally being able to watch it with my daughter is really special. And I don't know, it's just neat. But it's been so long. My daughter's turning 17. I think I said this the other day. She is 16 going on 17, and yes, her name is Liesel. And we're watching As Time Goes By, my all-time favorite show after all this time. It's a neat thing to get to share with her, and she seems to be enjoying it. So we're just halfway through the first season, but pretty cool. All right, you guys are a little bit quiet. I said to ask questions while I was gone. It did not happen. It never does. Watson says, I'm back. UPS wouldn't detect input power big storms today. It did its job protecting what's behind it. Awesome. We had power outage at our Belize City offices as well. Got email from Kevin. So that's Kevin and John were both able to email me. Chrissy says, back at El Sole from Geckos. Thank goodness it cooled down tonight. Dale says, sorry, dinner time. Bye, Dale. Janet says, I had to go to the kitchen. Watson says, rather spend money replacing UPSs than all the gear behind it. Chrissy says, I was excited to pass by a Zumba class on the walk home. I was a Zumba instructor for many years. Hope to get back into it here. There's also a Zumba class on the main drag in Guadalupe, I've noticed. I'm sure they're all over, but I've seen that one. Though I think I might... pissed the instructor off by jumping into dance for half a song. Oh. James says, flew up to Toronto for a long weekend to see David Byrne from the Talking Heads. Picked up t-shirt at concert. Oh, it was a concert. You don't just like know him. Loose thread product of Nicaragua. Oh, cool. Very nice. My wife is heading up to see Stevie Nicks in 2 weeks. In Florida. I do not go to expensive concerts. Not my jam. I barely go to cheap ones. Christy says, love her. Oh, Christy, Stevie Nicks is awesome. And she's a follower of one of my favorite TikTokers, Garon from Ireland. Follow me. I'm delicious. And she's actually a big fan of his, which is hilarious because he's just this Irish dude making fun of the world, and it's really funny. And he's like, Stevie Nicks watches my show. It's really cool. My kids want to visit Ireland. I don't know what triggered it. Just both of my kids are kind of like, we didn't get to see enough of Ireland. And I'm like, all right, that could be good. We need a trip. Someplace that's not at war. Reasonably affordable. Mononostril to much cocaine. That's truly what I love about the internet, the great leveler. Janet says, there's a Zumba class on the left side of the road I walk up to get to the center of town, the one with geckos on it, but the block to the west. Brian says, I spend a lot on bands. That's one thing I managed to resist. Here, there's so much music and it's free or nearly free that, and also I do photography and videography for bands. So not only do I get to go for free, I get like special treatment everywhere, which is pretty cool. And a lot in bands. A lot of messages, beeping places. I know I just got a bunch of messages from somewhere, but I can't figure out where they came from. I heard them, but I don't see them. Sorry, guys, I gotta work for just a minute. It's only a minute. It's a real fast one. Ask your questions while I'm... Sorry, I have to work. Coming back, guys, coming back. Oh, Brian says, sorry, damn, Ed, as you were reading my reply. Sorry, Brian. Chrissy says, Scott, I may need you to buy a lot more coffees. I'm going to be moving here fast next month. I take possession of the house tomorrow. Awesome. Congratulations. That's very cool. Having my first first Al Sole pool soak now that it's settled. Very cool. Dale says, I'm having a hard time remembering the last concert I went to that required buying a ticket. Maybe Rodrigo y Gabriela, 13 to 14 years ago. Okay, I'm... Maybe that long. Yeah, I don't actually know. No. The last one I bet was 2017-ish. Went and saw Black Hawk in Dallas. That was amazing. Small venue. Kevin says, I've been I have seen some Dr. Jack Cruz and him talking about getting sunlight in southern equatorial areas like El Salvador. El Salvador is a southern equatorial area? That's extreme. Do you notice any improvement in health compared to living in the U.S.? Oh, absolutely. Just being outside the U.S., most people feel better anywhere. But I remember I lived in Europe and Latin America for 10 years. So I got a lot of that health benefit long ago. But all of us, the moment we move out, you're just like, oh, I feel so much better just in general. Is Tip Top the best chicken chain, or are there others you prefer? Unfortunately, I mean, not for the chickens, but I'm vegetarian, so I have never eaten chicken. Here, I was a vegetarian since 2001, so 24 years of vegetarian here. So I don't even know if Tip Top existed when I went vegetarian. People do think it's very good. Is it the best? No, definitely not the best. It's like McDonald's. It is a reliable, decent quality, standard everywhere chain. So quality, yeah. Good selection for the chicken people, yeah. Reliable, yeah. Gonna have a good meal, you bet. Is it like, whoa, right home about chicken? I guarantee not. But certainly check it out. James says, add a plane ticket to $300 per seat. There's actually a concert going on in Managua that's over $400 a seat. Soon. Luke says, I took my sister and her husband to see Puskifer, A Perfect Circle, and Primus, I know Primus, playing on stage together for Maynard James Keenan's 60th birthday party tour last year before moving down. James says, Toronto is a madhouse, took over 1 hour to drive 4 kilometers. Christy says, I bet that show was amazing. Luke says, Maynard always puts on a great show. New album in February, 2 singles out now. Dale says, I saw Primus decades ago, sometime in the 90s. He's an amazing bassist, but wasn't blown away with his songwriting skills. I have so many messages coming in. Christy says, Gen X in the house. But do you still have a Primus Sucks t-shirt? Christy says, yeah, but that was for Funky Bass. Primus was kind of a novelty act for me. Dale says, I technically a boomer, but have all the attitude of boomers and Gen X combined. I am a solid Gen Xer, for those who care. Concert was a lot of gray and ball heads. I don't know what you're talking about. New Primus single was about Pablo Escobar's hippos. D Fortune is here. Wow, typing without looking at the keyboard. I can't do that. I guess you're talking about me realizing that I type with that. I have typed for so long. So much for so long. I started typing in 1981, and my mother taught me to touch type. So I've always touch typed since I was very little, and I did all my stuff through school using a typewriter or computer, and so it just became my extension. It's how I communicate for things. It's not just that I can type. Typing while not looking is one thing. It's that I can type and carry on a conversation at the same time. That it's two separate conversations. That's the actual impressive bit. For some reason, I bought an Olympia electric typewriter when I was young. Interesting. I think I had a... I don't really remember what it was. I could probably figure it out with enough time, but it was my mother's and she's been gone for forever, so I have no one to ask. Are you one of those that don't use a mouse because it slows you down? So, I mean, I do use a mouse, right? But I don't use a mouse that much. I do an awful lot without a mouse. Depending on what I'm working on. I do have to show off my new keyboard. Just got this 2 weeks ago. Loving this, the Logitech MX Mini. I am really happy with this keyboard. I love that it immediately turns off its light. So it doesn't matter for this, but when I'm normally at night, I have no lights in this room. I only have studio lights. I don't have any room lights. I do need to deal with that, but I don't have any. So having my old keyboard, which is right here, so with this one, I love this keyboard, but it doesn't light up. And so you can't even find where to put your hands at night. You can't even find the keyboard. And that doesn't work very well. So that caused all kinds of problems. And I'm like, this isn't efficient. You got to have a light on it because you have to know at least where it is. And but this new one, the MX, has backlit keys. But to save battery, it shuts them off. And all you do is hover your hand over it and it turns on. You don't even have to touch it. Just wave your hand over it and it turns on the lights. And you can see in complete darkness, and I really enjoy that. I like being able to work in a really dark room, yeah. And so when I'm doing like things on like if I'm working on a server or something, I don't use a mouse because I'm at the terminal. Do you have to go back to America to do your taxes, or you do them by computer? You just do them online. Yeah, you don't have to go to the U.S. to do taxes. I have an accountant in the U.S., so I just send it to them. But you could do whatever you want to do, right? If you're going to use TurboTax or whoever, or have a service or whatever. Your optometrist will tell you shouldn't be typing in the dark. I've never had someone tell me that. But it's not really in the dark. So it doesn't matter where you're typing if you're not looking at it. And I never look at the keyboard. So that doesn't matter. It's the looking at the screen in the dark. But you actually shouldn't have the other lights on because that reduces contrast and is rough on your eyes. I don't trust optometrists because they make money selling glasses. My mom made me take typing in high school because she recognized that it was a skill I'd need later in life, but I still couldn't get above 80 words per minute. But I was a whiz later with mouse and shortcut and macros. I had to take typing in school because we had to take typing in school. I had to take it all through school. I had to take manual typing. I had to take electric typing all long after I had been a programmer. So it's like, this is worthless, right? We knew it was 100% worthless. It's kind of like having to take cursive. I had to study cursive in school. Like, but my teachers definitely knew you don't use cursive as an adult. Like, talk about a non-adult thing. If you use cursive as an adult, you're like, why are you writing like a child? John says, Scott is one of those that uses bash commands in terminal because it's faster. Well, of course it's faster. What else are you going to do? I actually am in bash all day long. That is what I do. She says, I journaled cursive for decades until I moved journaling to digital. Also, it's code for us OGs. It is kind of code. However, even growing up, like obviously I used cursive all through my childhood because I was forced to. I could never read my mother's handwriting. I could never read my grandmother's handwriting. No one who wrote in cursive in my family could I read their handwriting. It was useless. And many times they couldn't read it either. My father took engineering, had a degree in engineering, and you were not allowed to use cursive for anything, right? Cursive was unprofessional and to the point of being considered like sabotage. If you did that for a professional document, that's a good way to get fired. Like why? What would drive you to write something so incoherent, where having accuracy matters? And it's used by doctors, by corrupt doctors. Watch out for this. Any doctor who writes a prescription in cursive, that's a thing to watch out for, because it means what they're doing is not committing to the prescription, so that if it kills you and your family sues them, they can pretend they wrote something else, or that it wasn't determinate and the pharmacist shouldn't have accepted that. It's a way of avoiding malpractice, and it should be just having insurance should be an automatic loss to a malpractice suit. You should be able to walk into a pharmacy, show that the pharmacy should just be able to swipe it through a thing and file a report with the state and have an automatic fine for any doctor who did it. And the doctor should have to be stuck proving that they didn't write it and someone put their name on it, right? And then they should be stuck having to prove why any pharmacy is allowed to exist that doesn't receive their prescriptions digitally. How can it be in the United States that is not how it worked? Luke says, I thought I could convey data quickly by keyboard, but the military taught me to communicate via knife and by knife hand, and it's much easier to get the point across. Christy says, kind of like driving a manual in the States and dialing a rotary phone. Well, a rotary phone, hopefully you don't have to learn, just kind of use. Weirdly, I picked up on a bunch of my grandmother's cursive code. Nobody could understand my writing, not even me sometimes. That's exactly how my mom's was. It was just sloppy, right? It was, I swear, cursive was just a way for teachers to not have to know how to write properly. Kevin says, I took drafting, and they were strict with being uniform with lettering and numbers. Absolutely, I took drafting too, because I did pre-engineering in high school, and then I had to take drafting with engineering in university. You were absolutely not allowed. Like, everything had to be correct. And because I, throughout my childhood, wrote in printing like an adult, never had to worry about learning how to print for engineering. But everyone else is like, oh, I don't know how to write my letters. Like, wow, school failed. I love how analog everything is in Nicaragua. That I don't like. Being here is like going back in time. You know, in some ways it is, but in so many ways it's not. We do so much digitally here that you can't do digitally in the U.S. Like, obviously the U.S. is still more digital than Nicaragua, obviously. But there are things that are moving forward and catching up and leapfrogging things. Dale says, my mom and dad's cursives are so clean, neat and clean. I miss those letters. Cursive could look cool. The thing is, it looked cool when you're like, writing the Constitution. It's like, oh, this is so impressive. But it's still, this is unnecessarily hard to read. Isn't this a document where accuracy is super important? We should never have ambiguity. In some ways, it's like they felt that the document was to be fancy based on its look rather than on its content. And to me, I can't see it anyway but that Thomas Jefferson didn't take it seriously. He thought of it as for show, right? It's kind of like in the South they call people sir and ma'am, and it's not because they respect them, it's because it's just unnecessary formality. It sounds cool, but it doesn't actually convey anything, because you say it to everyone all the time automatically, and like you're forced to say it to teachers. Obviously that's not a sign of respect, that's a sign of abuse. right? It's like being forced to call people names in prison when you're an innocent victim of the prison system. You're not calling them those things out of respect. They haven't earned respect. So anything that you say that for someone hasn't earned, it's not respect. If anything, it's mocking. And that's how I see it. Thomas Jefferson was mocking the political process. It wasn't important enough to be accurate. It was only important enough to have false fanciness. Oh, we did fancy lettering. We couldn't come up with important content, so lettering's fancy. That is how, as an autistic person, I see it. But then again, if you study Thomas Jefferson, that is definitely how he saw it. That was not a person who stood behind any of the values he tried to espouse. So I think it comes through in time that that is exactly why he did that. Eclectic 8, writing versus typing is supposed to impact learning the brain in different ways, so journaling in cursive feels right and makes sense to me and is faster than printing. It is faster than printing, but slower than typing. That's the... I grew up, so being 50, typing was always faster than cursive. And typing gave you reproducible, legible. To compete with that with cursive, you had two problems. One is that I rarely met anyone who could write cursive long enough to be able to keep up with people typing. So you could just type a lot more. If you had a lot of things to do, people doing cursive would be like, oh, my hand needs a break, and people typing don't. And you had to worry about them becoming messy and having to do it again, whereas with typing, it's always clear. There is a tactical thing about how controlling a pen in theory impacts your brain, but I don't believe that too strongly as a study, because it's hard when you step back to try to say the mechanics of moving a pencil versus the mechanics of moving a key change how your brain remembers material. Maybe that's true. It feels unlikely. That feels like unsubstantiated, and maybe it's very substantiated. Maybe there are, and I can fathom that by watching the direct movement of your hand create the letters, that it creates a more connected or a different connected part of your brain. I can accept that there's a possibility of that. But it feels like a stretch, because in both cases I am using a mechanical motion. If you said that typing and handwriting did one thing and speaking did another, I would agree easily. I would not agree as in I believe it, only I would think it's likely that those have a different impact on your brain. Today I'm going to tell the story of blah, blah, blah. But the act of speaking and the act of typing work differently in my head. I can type things that I can't speak, and sometimes vice versa. Or fluidly. Like I can write a descriptive sentence better on a keyboard than I can say it, but I can tell you how to make dinner easier by saying, like, the different things have different advantages. But given the mechanical nature of handwriting versus typing, I feel like that is something that someone just said because they're trying to find an excuse to promote cheaper or less intensive, or as many times in school, making it that they didn't have to worry about grading papers and just look for sloppy cursive and then throw them back or whatever. Chrissy says, and after you explained why the no address is here, I decided I like that even more. That will wear on you, trust me. Kevin says, architectural drafting was more forgiving than mechanical engineering, though. Manual, auto, great anti-theft device. My print is like a drafter's, all caps, F yeah. Lowercase print is difficult for me because of it. Yeah, I'm not advocating cursive, that's just how they wrote back then. It's because nothing mattered back then. That's my conviction, is they simply we're like, none of this matters. This is garbage, right? And I think it's valid. How many of those things were actually important? Not many. How many things now are important? Not that many either, right? The fact that we write TikTok reviews in perfectly accurate text, no value, right? It doesn't matter if it's cursive or not. It's just we've made that barrier to communications go away. James says, loved geography in school. Tried doing maths with Indian ink, being left-handed. John says, I was amazed when I found out that Jefferson and Adams died on the 4th of July, the same day, 4th of July, 1826. Just a few hours apart from each other, having written to each other. And Adams was upset. I'm going to get it backwards. Adams was upset that Jefferson had outlived him and wrote that as one of his very last things, not knowing Jefferson had just died hours before. It's very funny that happened. I have a 15 plus years of typed daily journal entries. I'm considering dumping into AI to flesh out a book or 3. So +1 about the benefits of reproduction. I have 25 years of written journal. I never thought about using AI to turn it into something. That's interesting. My journal, to the best of my knowledge, is the longest single author work in human history. There's no reason to believe that that's actually true, only it's longer than any example I've ever been able to find, and takes the longest examples in the Guinness Book of World Records and crushes them. I used to write the equivalent of the King James Bible every 2 years. Every 2 years, but the King James Bible is many authors. And there's lots of things that are super long, like, or is it the longest single author? No, I think it's the longest single author work. Like, the length of it is absolutely crazy. Anna, the email from you still hasn't come through. Definitely post your email here. Do not put the @gmail.com. It won't work. Just put the part that goes before the @ sign so that I can email you, and we'll communicate. I'm still doing work in the background. By the way, Scott, I tan at home and burned AF walking around yesterday. The sun here is something. What? I go out in this all the time. I never, ever, ever get burned at all. That's wild. Oh, you tan at home, white girl. You tan intentionally at home. You tan by just sitting at home. Now I see what you're saying. Okay, that's funny. I'm still amazed that you tanned out here. I've never seen anybody, even my daughter, who is so white, does not tan here. Now, she doesn't get very much sun. They actually make her go outside and spend time outside because she gets so little. But that is a cool idea. I wonder what... so actually, I know that my journal is far too long for AI to process. The longest processors can't read it all. They'd have to go through cycles and make summaries. Ba-dun-dun-dun-dun. Ba-dun-dun-dun-dun. As time goes by, do ba-dun-dun-dun-dun. Bum bum ba-da-dum. The fundamental things apply as time goes by. I've heard that song so many times this week. Got a little bug I'm working on here. T breaks up between data. The breakups between data you mentioned are called chapters. Okay, Luke. Okay. Chris says 30 years of cursive journaling prior to going digital. I have bins of those books. I don't know what to do before I move. Brian says, don't quit your day job with that singing. Eclectic Gate says, probably boring topic, but in Nicaragua, ads for rentals, I find it dizzying interpreting local definitions for various terms, i.e. cuarto versus habitación, that's room versus bedroom, versus casa, house, apartmento, apartment. Modulo is a apartment inside of like a hallway. Like modulo is normally an office rental, not normally a residential. So above Dr. Coffee, they have 4 offices that you can rent, just little office spaces. Those are modulos. Eclectic Gate says, of course, ultimately all shall be revealed only by an in-person viewing. James says, in Nicaragua. Dale says, I had a friend in New York City when we worked at Citibank. He had hundreds of journals in that big fancy bank on 42nd Street that got turned into some fancy restaurant. He'd been journaling since he was a kid. That's really cool. Chrissy says, no, I intentionally tan at home so I don't burn. I burn here. Oh, you actually intentionally tan at home. And you burned here. That's wild. Dale says he had to move them all to a storage unit. Then he moved to Brazil a few years later and had to dump them. Oh my gosh. That's at least mine are all digital. So I used to journal when I, not quite when I first moved out, but when so I moved away from home at 18. But that was like for school. And then I came back home and lived in the city that my parents were from, well, where they lived, where I grew up, Rochester, until I was 23. So I've been gone for a little while, and then I was back for a little while. But I wasn't living at home. I was just in the same city. So I saw my parents like on the weekends or whatever. I saw them pretty regularly, and my life was pretty boring. My dad would pass my work on the way to his work. We'd have lunch. Like there wasn't a lot to catch up on. I didn't have a lot going on, and they would stop by the apartment all the time. It was an easy drive for them, so I saw them all the time. But then when I was well, actually, I guess I was, no, I was 23. And the company was doing well enough that we decided to hightail it to someplace we actually wanted to be, not just be in the city that we'd grown up in. So we packed it all up and moved to Ithaca, which I talked about a lot on the show. Once I moved to Ithaca, within a year, I kind of had this feeling of like being disconnected from everybody because I'd never spent a long time. This was like I'm an adult and I moved away from home, not like I'm a kid off on an adventure at school or whatever. And so I started journaling before blogs existed, but I did it digitally, and I lost some of it because I didn't diligently save the first while. But later, when blog engines started to exist, I moved some of it to a couple. I wrote my own blog engine, and then eventually I moved to WordPress. And so I've been running WordPress since version basically 1.0 until now. And I just always journaled my life as an adult because it was a way to connect with my parents and keep them up to date without having to call every day, because we're just not those people, right? We're not about to do that. Even now, living so far apart, my dad and I don't have calls very often, but I do this live stream and he's on it all the time, and he watches the videos every day, and the kids talk to him, my wife talks to him, and I talk to him, but it's just a little bit every day. But he's very connected with us through this kind of journaling mechanism, and then like my cousins can keep up, and anyone, friends and family can catch up and see what's going on. And so there's this, it's always been a mechanism of that for me. So I've been doing it since I was 23. So most of my life is journaled, which is I think interesting, right? I tell myself I had nothing profound to say in those 30 plus years of cursive journaling, but at least I got a couple of records worth of lyrics out of them, so it's okay to dump them now. Dragging those bins to another continent seems ridiculous. MJS says, with what's going on in Venezuela, do you think it's still safe to go to Nicaragua? So we talked about this earlier. So I think it's interesting to find, this is again kind of related to what we talked about on the show earlier this week. Venezuela is a far way away, right? What's going on there does not... So first of all, I wouldn't even be worried about moving to Venezuela. So now I'm an American, right? So moving to Venezuela, I don't have much of anything to worry about, right? So that's kind of cheating. If I was Canadian or German or something, and I was talking about moving to Venezuela, then maybe suddenly I'm having to deal with a U.S. interference might cause major disruptions in my life. But being an American, as much as I don't agree with the fact that I should have some kind of special protections, I do. But so going to Venezuela, like I don't have the slightest concern in the world of going to Venezuela now, or Colombia, or Panama, or any of the countries far more connected to the situation than we are here. Here we are geographically and from a travel perspective, very far away from Venezuela. We're not culturally really related. We speak the same language, but there's very little connection. So there's no more call for concern for being here with what's going on in Venezuela than for Argentina or Canada. Are you worried about going to Canada because of what the U.S. is doing in Venezuela? Very easily you could be. Oh, I don't think being anywhere in the Western Hemisphere is safe. The U.S. could do any crazy thing. All right, that's completely fair. But is Nicaragua in some kind of specific concern? No, not in the slightest. That's so not a thing. And has there ever been a time that it was not safe to go to Nicaragua? As long as the U.S. isn't here, as long as the U.S. is not running the government here, you have nothing to fear. That is pretty much the situation. Dale says, yeah, I spent weeks taking pictures of all my photo albums, plus my mom and dad's albums last year. It was tedious, and then I had to sort them on the computer. Luckily, my dad did that long ago. Okay, random news came up while I was doing something else in the background. Kevin Spacey is now homeless and working as a nightclub singer in Cyprus. What? Okay, that's wild. Well, my heinous hiatus from studying for my class has come to an end. Es hora de estudiar mi español. Adios, y'all. Thanks, Luke. Have a good night. We will talk to you later. Cyprus. I'm just Cyprus. Dale says, plus, since Nicaragua doesn't have the world's largest oil reserves, nor does it have rare earth minerals, so the U.S. isn't going to bother with it more than normal. Exactly. There's nothing here on the ground. All the things that Americans are worried about, both how America is interacting in South America and the problems that America is having in America, none of that is resonating here. None of that is a topic of conversation. That is have you seen the news cycles from North America? I forget that this is happening up there. And that's pretty much it. Beerix Kicker is here. Hola, Scott. How's it going, Beer? Kevin says, are there any animals to worry about in rural areas or hiking in mountains or around lakes? I mean, generally no. Extremely little. Like, there are some snakes, scorpions, little things, right? Nothing major. We don't have bear. There could be a jaguar, but like one sighting in 20 years kind of thing, but it did attack someone. Wild raccoon might get angry at you. I don't know. In general, no, we don't worry about wildlife here. There's some weird things out there, right? Spider monkeys can, fling things at you or whatever. Howler monkeys can scream at you. That's pretty terrifying. By and large, wildlife here is pretty tame, which is amazing. You'd think that the deep jungles of Central America would have some pretty serious stuff, but we don't. We have a boa constrictor, but it's not big enough to really. I mean, it would definitely give you a bad day, but it's not enough to like eat you or anything. It's pretty tame. Snakes probably the biggest thing to be concerned about. If you're going into like marshland, sure, there could be caimans. In the lake, obviously there could be bull sharks. No one's seen one in forever, but these things could exist. So they're out there, but basically day to day, Nicaraguans don't worry about wildlife. James says, what speed is rural internet in Nicaragua? Dumb question. Well, it's, like most places, it is what you pay for. So, we're able to get high-speed corporate fiber in the most rural of areas if that's what you want. If you go for, so let's be clear, rural where Nicaraguans live, you can get generally anything. If you go for wastelands that are just for expat enclaves, then you'll generally get nothing. If you're a foreigner trying to figure out how to live beyond the edge of the world, and then want to be a digital nomad, they're not going to be accommodating. Not that they're angry with you, but you're just of no value, right? They don't hook things up for you. You're supposed to live where the internet's good. But if you are a Nicaraguan and your community needs to be able to work, you're going to get really good internet. And so, like out where I am here, I don't even know what speeds I could get, far faster than anyone could possibly want. Right, most people, even in the U.S., only get about 30 megs. They think they're sold a lot more, but they're given false numbers. But here, I pay for cheap, but I get 50 by 50, which is faster than most anyone I know in the U.S. For actual. There's certainly people who are faster, but I'm faster than most of the businesses I deal with in the U.S. I can get 100 easy. I can get gig. I just have to pay for it, and everything's cheap here. Like I could, but what would be the benefit? So it really comes down to what you want. But the easy answer is faster than you could possibly need. But it says coyotes, skunks, armadillos. I've never seen an armadillo or a coyote. Never even heard rumors of them. Skunks we've had. Not much to worry about. Armadillos are especially dangerous if you try to shoot them. The bullet can ricochet back at you. Saw that happen to someone recently. Some guy shot himself in the face. Not here, in Texas. Fired at an armadillo and caught himself in the face. I don't think it was a recent story, but I saw it this week. Tickets open, so I have lots of messages I have to check. Fun. The only one. I heard there are chupacabras in the forest. Yes, we haven't seen one in a while, but every so often, small child pulled from their bed off into the jungle. Get some wild stuff out here. Oh, dealing with transport for people tomorrow. New construction on one of our other properties started this week, so that's pretty cool. Always exciting to have new projects going on. So that is one that we've been waiting on just about 5 years. Oh, and I also saw this morning was 6 years ago. Yeah, 6 years ago today is the first time for Alan in Nicaragua. That is Christy's neighbor across the street. His very first time in Nicaragua was 6 years ago today. With me. I brought him here 6 years ago. The dogs keep the coyotes at bay, but now and then they get a chicken. Oh, I've never seen one. Never seen one out on the road or anything. I mean, you just make pets out of them, right? John says yellow fever vaccine costs Managua only. Traditionally, it's Managua only. There are circumstances where they do it with like a traveling van that goes around. I don't know what it looks like. And you can do it in your community, but generally you're going to go to Managua as an expat almost always, like just scheduling it. Most Nicaraguans who need it are like, oh, it's coming by this year, I'll just wait. But if you're foreign and need to go, easiest thing, go to Managua. It's like $35. Very simple, very quick, and not that expensive. I bought a bag of coffee from the some guy that has that coffee farm. From Elton. To tell the truth, it was not good. He has a YouTube channel. I assume you bought it in the U.S. So here's a secret. I don't like Matagalpan coffee. I was at my coffee shop the other day. It was probably 2 weeks ago. Probably last week. And my daughters and I had coffee, and we're all like... And I went up, and I'm like, did you get a new coffee? And she's like, yes. Did you like it? I'm like, no. Is it from Matagalpa? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. I don't like Matagalpan coffee. It's some people love it, right? So I'm not saying it's bad. It's a really fruity flavor profile, which I don't like in coffee. So I like Hinotega coffee, which is funny because they're right next to each other. How is it so different? But they really are. And I like the one and I don't like the other. The fruit is weird to me. It's not a thing that I like. So it's just not one of mine. So I look for higher mountain coffee, I guess, here. Sorry, funny message. Larry says, 4 years ago there was an armadillo nightly walking across on top of my wall. I haven't seen him in 3 years. Good football game, Buffalo versus Houston. That's what my dad is watching right now. That's his home team. He's from the Buffalo area. Why do they not build with slab on grade? Why do they not build with slab on grade? Oh, Janet likes fruity coffee. Then you are in luck. Matagalpa is your thing. You need to head over, Janet, to Dr. Coffee and try the current blend they have, because I got to talk to him. And my daughter is right in the middle of kind of switching to flat whites and more serious coffees. And she's like, I can't know. She tried a Cubano the other day and she's like, so fruity, she couldn't do it. So I'm not a construction expert. Okay, so let's start with that. But I know some stuff about. I'm not an idiot when it comes to construction, but I am not an architect or an engineer. Let's put it that way. But I've been involved in building homes since 1983, so I have some amount of knowledge. And I've owned a bunch of places, but James asked, why do they not build with slab on grade? And my question is, they don't? So that's my question. I was unaware that we didn't build with slab on grade. What makes what we have not slab on grade? What's different about it? I thought I had a good handle on what slab on grade is, but maybe I do not. John says, I roast my own coffee and had a really nice Hinotega a few years back. I need to learn to roast my own coffee. I feel like that's a thing that my daughter and I would get into. That's kind of our vibe. Larry says, just jumped on. Looks like you're Clark Gable in that shirt. Thank you, Larry. This is my Clark Gable shirt. It's true. John says, Costa Ricans tend to be fruity at lighter roast. Costa Ricans tend to like fruity lighter roast, or they tend to produce lighter fruity roast, or both, of course, is an option. I don't know that Matagalpa prefers that. It's just what that comes from. It was from Nicaragua, called Immense Coffee. I gave him a good review, but I won't buy any more. But everyone has their own taste when it comes to coffee. I have had Immense. It was very, very good. But, of course, I had to make it for me, right? So it's a very high-end experience, right? Very careful pour, very careful measurement. Everything just, like, much more measured coffee experience than I normally get. And I thought it was very good. But so that coffee is Nueva Segovia. It's a different area completely. Might as well look at a map for everybody. Because we can. And we like maps. So this is Honduras, so we don't want to go there. I mean, you can if you want, but for the purpose of this particular... so this is Chinandega, right here with Honduras and Madrid here, Esteli here. So there's a little bit of Chinandega poking up in the north, and the famous crossing into Honduras is here, Guasale, right here, which I did that episode where I drove my buddy over there, Josie Mar. We drove up there. We went through Somotillo and went to Guasale in a car. This is Leon. Leon comes way up here. And this used to be Leon, right? Chinandega was carved off of Leon. So Leon comes way out here, which is pretty crazy. And then Esteli's right here. So if you go outside of Esteli just the tiniest bit, about 10 kilometers, you're actually in Leon, which is pretty wild. You have to kind of go up to stay in Esteli. And so Tim lives somewhere right out in this zone. Like, he might be along this road somewhere. But it always is surprising that Leon goes so far away. But if you go from Esteli and over from Madrid, right, we've got somewhere here. There's Somoto, but Somoto, I believe, is in Madrid. Yes, there's Madrid. So we have to come over. And then, here we go. Nicaragua goes north. And on the north side of Madrid, and I can't remember if Madrid was shaved off of Nueva Segovia or the other way around. I feel like Madrid is the old one. But that name doesn't sound right. I think Nueva Segovia is the old one. And then this is Ocotal. So this is where Elton of Immense Coffee, he lives, or traditionally lives here in Ocotal. But they built that new farm out in the middle of nowhere. And then his farm is 2 hours east of Ocotal. I think it's near El Jicaro, but I can't remember for sure. I feel like it's in this area here. But it could be anywhere out here. But it's in Nueva Segovia. But it's way up there. So if we zoom out, it's this very, very northern populated area. So if you look, this is dramatically up over, like, Chinandega, which we think of as the north. There's a reason why it's officially the west. It's not that far north, right? The top of Chinandega is only in line with Hinotega, and the city is actually south of a lot. It's almost down it's not that far north of Boaco. Leon is in line with Boaco, which is funny, more or less. It's almost direct. Can we put them both at the bottom of the screen? You can see how close they are to each other. So Nicaragua has this very diagonal border, and they are up there. Anyway, that is the map. That is where they are. part of the problem with getting any coffee that comes from here is that you have a U.S. roaster, so a lot of the stuff is also how do you like the roaster that they're using or supplying from. Oh, I should point out that my latest beach acquisition completed this week. It's been going on for a few weeks, so it's not big news for anybody, but we did sign the final documents since the last episode, and the money was sent, and the money has arrived. And all of our taxes have been paid, so all of our paperwork should be filed, and we should be in pretty good shape as far as that goes. So that is cool, and so we are able to begin construction there whenever we get around to it. When will that happen? I do not know. It could be quite a while. It could be really soon. But we are putting in a new property known as the Villas of Las Benitas, which is just going to be like 4 places. It's not going to be a lot. But new place, should have a pool, should be neat. Looking forward to seeing that come to fruition. Always love new projects. But I am wondering about the slab on grade. Slab on grade. Dun 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 dun. My bad. Monolithic slab is the right wording for building. So, I mean, that's what we have. As far as I know, we have big slabs with our houses built on them. No foundation, no crawl spaces or anything. But that's generally what we have. Until the ants get under them, then they have a crawl space. What do I think of the new Constanera Road? People ask that a lot. You know, as someone who lives here, it just falls into a we never think about it category. It's not for us. It's for tourists. And so it's a brilliant move because tourists seem to think that having this new road is the most amazing thing. And I can't even fathom why. It's all places we could already go. But now with more tourists, I totally understand the goal of making it that people will build along it a lot more. And that makes sense. It's. I don't think that the idea is crazy, but I find that people are interested in it crazy. I have absolutely no clue what positive benefit there's supposed to be, and I've never had someone tell me. They all come up with stuff, and then you're like, but you already had that. Oh, well, yeah. Or it's not doing the thing you think it's going to do. Oh, okay, yeah. And then it's just a road along the coast, a coast we've already been to. So who benefits from it? Mostly people who aren't here yet. So if you end up putting a house along that new road, you benefit. But if you live in any settled place already, I don't think it affects you. I mean, someone's going to use it, right? Partially just because it's there. But so Kevin asks, can U.S. citizens work? We can stop right there. No. Doesn't matter what you're going to say after that. The answer is no. You can do no activity that would negatively impact a job in Nicaragua. So if you, and you'll never be able to come up with something you can do that no Nicaraguan could possibly do. So that's the challenge, right? It's the number one challenge here is employment. So it's the one thing that they will be absolutely guarding. They will never allow anyone to come and impact employment. Now, if you come and do nothing, then that's okay. If you come in and positively impact employment, create employment, then that's what they really want. But they will always carefully guard employment. So anything that looks like employment would be grounds for a bus ride to the border. So that's the thing that they look for. It's not like the U.S. where it's like, oh, we need workers. So if we have some immigrants that are here or some expats that are here and they want to do some work, excellent. We don't have enough people to do all the jobs, or we don't have people who want to do all the jobs. Then it's a completely opposite scenario. But here, there are so many people out of work wanting to work that they have to protect those jobs. So nothing, there's no way to work, no way to be paid, no way to barter, anything like that. And especially in like a trade, if you were in like I own a small business and I'm working in it, I'm not technically allowed to work, but I wouldn't be able to hire these other people if I didn't, kind of thing. People are going to look the other way mostly. But if you're actively out doing labor, somebody's going to go, I wish I was getting paid to do that. Well, I'm just going to have him deported and take his job, right? Anybody can call you in. Even it doesn't matter if they could do your job. It only matters that that it's made them angry, and they feel that they should get your job, and the government doesn't really have a position to look at that as a gray area. So it is what it is. That is, you can work in the U.S. from Nicaragua. Nothing is better, right? They will be everyone's happy, right? Everyone wins. The U.S. gives you huge incentives to do it. Nicaragua gives you huge incentives to do it. It's great. And it doesn't, and part of the question is, can U.S. citizens work? No. True. It's, can any non-Nicaraguan citizen work? No. Has nothing to do with being American. Just has to do with not being Nicaraguan. That's all that matters. It is in no way picking on any group of people. Christy says, Ari, Kevin Spacey, life takes some wild turns sometimes. I imagine many will be like, what? About me moving to Nicaragua, so lol. Probably not as much as Kevin Spacey, one, being homeless. How did he end up that bad? I mean, I know what happened, but that guy made some bank. Two, Cyprus? And three, he's a good singer. Like, the guy's good. If you haven't seen Beyond the Sea, you gotta watch Beyond the Sea. You'll be like, oh, okay, I see why he's a nightclub singer. I bet he's fantastic. Right? But that's what he's doing? I'm tempted to fly to Cyprus to go see the Kevin Spacey nightclub act. Like, are you kidding me? That's amazing. Via del Mundo. Do you view the ACS Nicaragua channel on YouTube? So I'm going to be honest, I don't watch anything anywhere. I work. It's not that I don't like the shows. I love them in many cases. I have seen ACS Nicaragua. But I do not actually watch anything. I only watch movies to do school with my daughter, because my daughter does cinema studies, and we do it together. I will only watch shows if it's part of something my daughters are doing. I have no TV that I watch on my own. I have no movies that I watch on my own. I have no YouTube that I watch on my own anymore, unless I'm researching something. I really... I find, so I have priorities, right? So I'm going to spend time with my family, that's top. Spend time with my dogs, that's number 2. And I work. That's my enjoyment, right? Now, those first 2 are super important. So work can easily take a back seat. But when other people are like, I'm going to unwind, I'm going to watch some TV or whatever, you have this free time and you're going to do these activities, my free time activity is I'm going to go engineer products or something, right? And so it's It's very different. So if you're like, do you watch these things? The answer is pretty much always going to be no. Unless I can turn it into a job thing, it's just not going to be something I watch. So nothing about them specifically. They have a nice show, but no, I don't watch that. And I know that's terrible as a person who makes a show that I'm hoping people watch, to be like, I'm sorry, I don't really watch anybody, but I don't watch anybody. I am not picking someone out as being like, I'm not watching you. Like, I can't. Because I work. And the few times that I do watch something, the one excuse I have is I do have a TV up there, which currently I can't watch things on, but in theory I can at times. And what I do is I'll have something on in the background while I'm working here. It'll be up there. That screen's not even on now. But I'll be doing that, and sometimes just something in the background. That's okay, because I'm still working, and that's my entertainment, and that's just a little bit like, whoa, while I got to breathe for a moment. Look at that's about it. Did you ever find borax to mix with icing sugar for ants? It's amazing. I've seen it here, but I did not find it since then. We did have people come and treat the ants, though. Larry says, just walked back to my bedroom, last part. Did you say you're building 4 villas in Las Penitas? Yes, I did, Larry. That's the plan. I don't know when they're all being built, but the first one's pretty soon. Can you DIY on your own place? I find it relaxing. Yes. So in that case, technically, you could have hired someone, and you're not. The difference is that it's only for yourself. Like, you could say the same thing. Can I cook myself dinner? Yeah, of course. They let you cook yourself dinner. You can clean your own dishes. You can wash your own laundry. You can do you're allowed to live your life, but you can't do it for your neighbors. Right? I mean, you could probably get away with it if, like, you're friends with your neighbor and you're going over, I'll paint your house if you, I don't know, put up my fence, and it's just the two of you doing that for each other. No one's going to notice, right? And it's an enclosed system, so, right, it'd be very hard to notice. Wait, is he working on his own place with the neighbors? I'm not sure. You're probably going to be okay. As long as you're working on your own place, you can do anything you want. But it's because it's yours, right? Can I do my own house maintenance? Yeah, of course. I thought Kevin Spacey could beam back to K-Pax. Any good leads on a good gym in Granada? How much would a membership cost? I don't know. I haven't lived in Granada in 10 years. So, no idea. If anyone knows, definitely hop in and say. But if Jim's on, Jim, let us know. I'm sure you know. But Jim knows the gym. Yeah. But sorry, it's not on the small amount of time I now spend visiting Granada. I don't use it to go to the gym. So I don't have an answer. But we do have a number of people from Granada on here, so someone might know for sure. Have I ever met the president? That would be pretty extreme. That would be cool. No, I have not met the president. I have seen him in person. I've been in the same airspace where, like, he was over there, and, like, I can identify him from a distance. That's the president. Yes, I've been that close, but that's about it. I have met the Russian ambassador. Not met. I've sat next to the Russian ambassador at dinner. He didn't know he was sitting next to me at dinner. He would have come over and said hi, obviously. But we're just tables next to each other at a nice restaurant. That's the closest I've come to anybody. Here in Leon, I've met, like, everybody. So you know, mayors and chiefs and party leaders and generals and all that regularly, right? That's Leon. Once you go beyond Leon, I haven't met too many people of note. Meeting the president would be a pretty big thing. I know that it's a small country, but, like, that's pretty extreme. Just being able to meet them, right? They're a very high-profile world figure. But does he watch this show? I'm sure he does. Yes, I'm sure that's what he's doing on a Thursday evening. So, Mr. President, thank you for watching. It's great to have you watching. That would be the coolest thing ever, right? To find out that that's actually what he does on a Thursday night. Oh, Scott's on. We're gonna grab a Tonya and watch the show. That would be so cool. And he does funny stuff. Like, you never know, right? Like, the amount that he gets out and is like, oh, we're having a party, I'm dancing. And he just gets up and dances in front of everyone. Like, he's having such a good time. Like, he's like the national party leader. Not party like political party. I guess he's that too, obviously. But he's like the national fiesta leader, right? Like he gets out and fiestas. He leads all these big things. It's freaking hilarious that, you know, it's like when you're talking about like the Netherlands. You're like, you know, the president of the Netherlands, you can see him bicycling to work at the, you know, whatever. And you're like, that's awesome. Like, I love that you have a country like that. And here it's like, this band is coming on, like they're going to be on TV and everyone's going to dance. And so the president comes out and like announces the band and gets up and dances with the band. And you're like, this is great. This is the kind of content we need. It's very funny that it's like that. It really is. How do you go about being safe when interacting with political members or policia? Are there certain topics you have to dance around? Not really. I mean, so if your goal here is to do something nefarious, of course you're going to have to dance around that. Oh, it's just like being a serial killer. So do you happen to, like, you know, kill and eat people? Oh, no, I don't know anything about that. Right? If that's what you do, you would definitely have to dance around it. But as long as you're not, like, doing something you're not, like, that doesn't make sense for you to be doing, then there's nothing to dance around. You know, the thing is, I'm not a voter, right? So I don't have the concerns of the voters. So those are the primary concerns that you would have to dance around if for some reason you were concerned about the vote rather than things the government does. But like if I go out and say, you know, I love the parks you're putting in, I'm totally allowed to love the parks that they're putting in. Or I can totally be like, I wish you would stop putting in roads and put in more parks. That would be okay, right? Those are not... they may not care what I think, right? But those aren't problems, even though they're political opinions. I'm allowed to have political opinions. This is a free country, right? So that's not a problem. What I'm not allowed to do. Something just brushed my leg and my dog's not here. I don't know what that was. What I'm not allowed to do is try to manipulate the public in, you know, I'm not allowed to interfere with the government, right? Just like you don't want, we'll just pick on Russia, you don't want Russians interfering with the U.S. vote, right? Like that's just not something you want. You don't want outside interference. And so creating propaganda, lying about people, spreading misinformation, trying to convince people to switch political ideologies, those are things you don't want outsiders doing, right? Like, nobody wants that. Americans don't want Russians doing that to them. Russians don't want Americans doing that to them. You want the people in your own country to have a dialogue and decide what they want to do, right? And so that's the thing that they are looking for. But as an outsider, right, as a non-voter, right, I have not been granted citizenship. So how people vote, both the mechanism, oh, I don't like that they vote with paper, I don't like that you vote with digital, I don't like that you have, doesn't affect me at all. At all. How could I have an opinion of that? It makes no sense. That's like me caring what aromatic scent candles are used on some ship I'll never be on, right? What a ridiculous thing to have an opinion on. It makes no sense, right? So there's no, it has absolutely nothing to do with me in any possible way. So having an opinion on it doesn't make logical sense. That would be a mental disorder, quite honestly. The reason that Americans often feel they're supposed to have an opinion on it is because in America, we actually don't exactly have politics, and this creates a problem. In America, what we have is a combination of, on one side, political theater, but most countries have some amount of political theater, so that's not absolutely unique. But it's a rather grandiose amount of political theater married with a deep amount of religion. And so the United States actually uses politics as religion and treats it religiously. A lot of the ways that Americans view politics doesn't make any sense until you realize they're worshiping their party or their party leader or their elected official or whatever. It is not politics in their mind. It is not politics as it is spoken about. It is not treated as politics. It is treated as religion. which is not unprecedented, right? Egypt had a theocracy where the pharaoh was considered to be God, one of the gods, and the same thing in ancient Israel, right? They considered their king to be a religious figure, right? Chosen by God to be the leader, so he's infallible because God put him there. We didn't elect him. He's directly God's representative to the people, right? Which created some huge problems when the king did horrible things, murdered somebody, raped somebody. You're like, but wasn't that supposed to be bad, right? So you should right flag these things. So the U.S. has worked really hard to put their own politics above other religions as kind of this overarching religious framework. And so coming from the United States, we have such a deep-seated religious view of politics, and that means that when you have a religious view, everything else has to be wrong. Right? If you believe something, then the things other people believe either are the same as you or wrong. Right? You have to believe they're wrong. If you don't believe they're wrong, you don't believe you're right. The two have to exist that way. And so if you have a political view in a religious system, you're trapped with that view. You either have to give up that religious belief you have, separate yourself from it, or you're stuck with it. And that's why so many Americans come anywhere and find themselves feeling like they have to get involved in something that is none of their business and has no impact on them. No impact possible whatsoever. And it's like, why would you care? Why would you even bring this to the table? It's such a weird thing. And when you think about it in a religious context, and you're like, oh, because you think you have to, right? Because the gods of politics are pushing you to this thing. And Americans aren't taught that as a religion. It's not expressly put that way. It's put into a religious framework and terminology and approach, and it has, over the centuries, merged the two. And of course, the U.S. was founded by religious groups looking to have a place where they didn't have to worry about religious freedom. And so the U.S. has notoriously very little religious freedom. And of course, in order to cover for that, they talk about it a lot as if they do, right? Just like they say freedom of speech, freedom of religion, they say these things a lot, which you have to do when you don't have them to make people forget that they don't have them. And so that's why we have a tendency to think this way. If you're coming from like Canada and come to Nicaragua, the things that you're not supposed to do as an American would never occur to you to do because they don't have a religious view of politics. They just vote. And often they don't, right? They're like, I don't care. So it's... if you don't have that religious leaning towards politics, there's no natural reason that you would ever have to dance around politics, and certainly not the police, right? So I've never had an interaction with anyone on either side where I had to hide an opinion or not mention something or anything, right? The idea that you can't do that is completely an American one. I've never had a credible concern of can't say that in Nicaragua. Only Americans saying you can't say that in a place I don't know, right? I'm telling you what Nicaragua's like. Nicaragua's not telling you what it's like. And you're like, really? Viejo del Mundo, you can't vote, but you can influence people. No, you can't try to influence people. Why would you? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Larry says, Fitness Club was $30 per month 2 years ago in Grenada. It's the best one. There you go. Fitness Club in Grenada. D. Gilbert says, when is the next election in Nicaragua? I think it's next year. They just went to a 5-year cycle to bring it in line with the more democratic nations of Europe because they were, and this is pushing the point. So take this with a grain of salt. Generally, most countries see the U.S. election cycle as too fast for a healthy democracy, which is very debatable. Like, that's not a big thing. But countries tend to do a very fast cycle so that you're never accountable and you always have this, like, you never have to deliver. on things. Whereas on a 5-year cycle, they tend to be a little bit more, well, you have to deliver, but we could also do a vote of no confidence. In the U.S., you don't get a vote of no confidence because you got to vote so soon, right? So I'm not saying that the 4-year cycle in the U.S. is like some horrible thing. It's just generally in most countries that are closer to democratic, 5-year and longer cycles are generally seen as relatively critical to the success of a democratic system. And so Nicaragua had modeled, probably under no choice of their own, on the 4-year system and opted to switch to the same as like France and Germany. So they're more in line with the EU. Which is not, I'm not saying that that's a good or a bad thing, but if I was going to randomly pick, like look at how countries work and say which one am I don't know which is better, which should I model off of? Well, definitely I'm going to pick Germany or France over the US, right? Wild success, wild failure, yeah, which has a better probability of being a fundamental component of that. But clearly theirs aren't that great either, so who knows? Can you chew coca leaves there? No, you cannot. Nor can you ship them here. The places that you can chew coca leaves are Bolivia, Argentina, maybe Peru. That's about it. If you do not have a high Andean, true Andean climate, I don't think anyone is going to let you chew coca leaves or transport them. Even if you were allowed to have them, allowed to chew them, the act of having them would prove that you got them from somewhere, right? And so it's pretty universal that cocaine smuggling is illegal, even between the places where it's legal. Right, Argentina and Bolivia and Peru are not moving cocaine between them. They're just sticking to local, right? Now, can I get coca when I'm in Bolivia? Absolutely, not a question in the world. Easiest thing ever. Walk into a pharmacy. Hey, I'm from out of town. Oh, you need coca, right? They're just gonna give it to you. They're gonna yell at you. You better take this and you better take it fast. You're going to be sick soon. Get on this. Right, so it's one thing. There's no reason to have them here. We don't have the high altitude, so they neither grow them nor import them, nor is there a path to get them here. Viero says there are no coca leaves in Nicaragua. Usted es muy chistoso. He is correct. Dale says, when I lived in Jamaica, there was a fervor for politics that made the U.S. look tame. People were getting killed for which party they supported. That's pretty wild. MJS says that was just being funny, Scott. But you can in lots of South America. Like, you really can. And we really do. And my team has coca all day in South America. D. Gilbert says, is the government in Nicaragua pro-Christianity or no? No, definitely not pro-Christianity. That would be terrible. So thank goodness. Like, I wouldn't live here if they were. The last thing you want is a government that supports a religion. Nothing ever will be worse. What you can have, there's two acceptable types of government. Those that promote freedom of religion, and those that promote no religion. Those are neutral and good. Promoting any religion, ever, is, for a government, the most evil thing there could ever possibly be. That is horrific. So no, I mean, the fact that I'm here, right, I'm not going to move to Saudi Arabia and live under a theocracy. I'm not going to move to a place where the government has taken sides and is using religion as a way to control the people. Hell the F no. I left the U.S. for a reason. I would never go back intentionally to something like that. It is sickness. It is a horrible, horrible thing. The U.S. was founded on it. I realize it's very hard for the U.S. to get away from puritanical hatred of the population. That's really what it is, right? The Puritans hated themselves. They hated their children, hated their neighbors. And the Puritans were way better than the people who came later that we think of as being puritanical. The actual original Puritans weren't nearly as bad, but they were not good people, right? Horrible, horrible people. And that's why they left countries with religious freedom. They didn't like it. They wanted a place where there was pro and willing to cover the term Christianity, right? What does pro-Christianity even mean, right, for a government? Because you have to get into these really complicated arguments of, well, is Seventh-day Adventist Christian? Well, Catholics don't think so. Well, are Catholics Christians? Well, Baptists don't think so. Are any of them Christians? Well, people who follow Christ don't think so because they're actually Paulists, right? So it's a dangerous thing to go. You don't get to be pro-Christian. Like, that's not a conceptual thing, right? The United States isn't pro-Christian. They're pro very specific cults and very anti-Christian in the general sense. And that's actually a huge conversation going on in the United States right now, is just how anti-Christ the American government is. But they're very pro-religious. They have a very anti-Christ religion that they are extremely, extremely indebted to. And so, but they use the term pro-Christian to try to, just like everything else, right? We say freedom of religion when we don't have freedom of religion. We say freedom of speech when your speech is censored. We say pro-Christian when you're out to squash Christianity. And so, as with most things, you say the opposite, and you just say it loudly and over and over and over again. And the average person doesn't investigate. The average person isn't passionate about it. The average person doesn't really care and isn't going to go out and put in a bunch of effort to research and say, well, that's funny, are they doing the opposite of what they say? No, people don't check. They don't look for that most of the time. A few people do, and they can just squash them. They can make their voice go away. They don't have to kill them. They don't have to make them disappear. They just make their media not get promoted. You can look for these things, right? Look for a government that wants to control the TikTok algorithm, for example. They want to make social media silent. If you're going to say things that they don't like, they're not going to cancel you. They're just going to softly make you less prominent. People only get to watch 20 videos a day sitting on the toilet, right? That's all you're actually going to watch. So as long as your voice isn't getting into one of those top 20, it doesn't matter what you say. No one's going to listen. They just casually make sure that the person who's saying what they do want does make it into that top 20. And they occasionally let dissenting voices in strategically. Let small amounts through to make them sound crazy and to not realize that it's often the logical thing. It's not often. Tons of times small voices are crazy. And so they also let slip through things like people promoting non-stop pooping guides or how to make power out of thin air, right? And pretending that works. Well, you get conditioned that, oh, okay, yeah, these little things are just crazy. I'm not going to listen to them because they're not, and it's a very strategic and effective mechanism to a much stronger form of censure than traditional censorship. And traditional censorship and book burning and making the voices literally going away and disappearing people, you are creating a vacuum. You're creating a, why is no one talking about this? Oh, wait, someone must be talking about this, and they must be going away. But when you simply make people silent, you say, well, just no one's willing to go out on a limb and say this, or the people who are doing it are crazy. So I'm going to jump back to James, but first to Kevin. Do you think propaganda is less there than the U.S.? Well, it depends what you mean. I think we get more propaganda here, but it's from the U.S. Like, the amount of propaganda that we get here from the U.S. is truly mind-blowing, and it creates a real problem for the people here. If you're wondering, does the U.S. or Nicaragua on a per capita basis create more propaganda? Well, clearly it's the U.S. They just have, they create more than Nicaragua possibly could. Does Nicaragua create its own propaganda? Maybe. But the volume that they create is ridiculously small. If you spend a day in Nicaragua, you will be bombarded by American propaganda maybe 100 times telling you how things are, or, as they want them to be. And then hearing a dissenting Nicaraguan voice basically never happens. It does happen, but it basically never happens. If you're me and you actually make a point of, for example, subscribing to the government propaganda channel and getting that news directly from the government, of course, I understand that it's skewed. We're trying to make ourselves look good. We're just publishing the things that make us look good. We're just trying to get certain opinions out there that are in our favor. Absolutely understood. I'm on board. I get it. And that's okay. And I have that context. What's up?
Hello. Are you on a live stream?
I'm on the live stream.
Oh my gosh.
It's Thursday.
Oh. Is every Thursday?
It is every Thursday, except for Thanksgiving.
I don't put myself on the camera.
You don't normally put yourself on the camera.
No.
Yes. Paul is here and carefully standing off camera.
Always. I'm ugly. You don't want me on the camera.
Andy's not wearing a shirt.
Oh. Don't say that. So what are we talking about tonight?
They're actually asking me about the politics that we can talk about, which is a popular topic.
Really?
Yes. The how much can you actually talk?
Well.
It's actually quite a lot. We can't influence.
Yeah, we're not influencing anything. It's their government, their rules. I don't have any problem with what the government's doing. I think they're doing a fine job with the infrastructure and the power and the internet, and seems to be life is happening.
Yep, and things are safe and school works and
Yep.
and the taxes are low.
I see a lot of people going to school, a lot of uniform schools.
A lot of uniform schools. Well, I think almost all the schools do uniforms.
Really?
I think so. I know some don't, but an awful lot do.
I would suspect that 95% of them are uniform schools. But hey,
Yep.
it's their culture.
So what's going on tonight?
Nothing really.
That's why I do the live stream on Thursday. Nothing ever happens.
Yes, nothing's happening in town today.
So it's salsa night at La Fabrica.
Oh, that's it. Salsa night. I'm not really a salsa dancer. Well, I did a live stream.
All right. He says goodbye, everybody. So the thing is that really the propaganda here is so minor and also so demonstrable. So for example, we get propaganda like there's a new highway opening up. Well, there's a certain amount of they can't actually lie about it. They're just going out of their way to talk about it, right? Which is still propaganda, right? But it's not generally easy to give false propaganda. It's still marketing, which makes it propaganda, right? We're not talking about a road somewhere that has potholes. We are talking about a beautiful new highway along the ocean, right? So that makes it propaganda, that it's not journalistic news. But the amount of things that are released through these channels that are not demonstrably true are very few. And, so you're like, has anyone seen this road? Yes. We know someone who's seen that road. Okay, does it look like this? Yes, those are actually pictures of that road. Okay, cool. We're building the biggest hospital in Central America. Is that really true? I can tell you, we drive by it. It's the biggest hospital in Central America, right? Clearly that's true. Oh, okay, that's actual, right? Now, what they don't tell you about is some faraway place somewhere else has a dinky hospital that's not doing a very good job. So we get a completely different type of propaganda here because it's too small of a place. You can go out and see everything. You can go out and check everything. Whereas in the U.S., they're like, oh, in this faraway place, this thing's happening so much of the time. Or they're like, in our own country, this thing's happening. You're like, really? I don't know anyone who can check on that great thing you claim is happening in Nebraska. Do I know someone in Nebraska that can go look at that? No. But everyone in Nicaragua knows someone who can go look at something. So when they say something, a new bridge has gone up. They're like, hey guys, how's the new bridge? Oh yeah, we saw it yesterday. We went and saw them opening it. It's also a thing in Nicaragua to go look at these weird little things happening because it's such a small country. They're like, we all got a new bridge. Yay, new bridge. In America, people would be like, who cares? It's a bridge. Right? Now, back when they made the Manhattan Bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge, those are two bridges. Back when they made the Brooklyn Bridge, which is super fantastic, people did watch it, right? It was such a big thing. But in general, people were just like, whatever. So those are very different takes on the world because of those differences in culture. But it makes this world of propaganda here can't be the ridiculous thing it is in the U.S. And the U.S. has this. Plus, there's no engine for it, right? I'm sure there's something, but listening to the radio is just music. You watch the morning shows, like the news shows here, they're like people showing you how to cook in the latest cell phone, right? They're not being used as propaganda arms. They may be just giving a rosy picture of the country. Okay, yeah, for sure. But it's not hold on. It's not it's not able to be this fanciful stuff the way that it is other places, and it's we're getting, like, our channels are so direct. Hi, we're the government, we're telling you this news today. Oh, okay, they're not hiding what it is, right? It's completely open, whereas the US has these mechanisms to do things like, we're going to give a tax break to a sitcom if the sitcom portrays things in a certain way. We're going to give a license to operate to a newspaper in certain places if they operate a certain way, right? There's this, nearly everything is owned eventually by the US government, and so they can very subtly control not everything coming out of Hollywood, but the majority of what comes out of Hollywood. They can't control every newspaper, but they can control the majority of newspapers. They can't control every article, but they can control the majority of articles. They can influence heavily because they control how much, and they use these terms. If you've ever heard, that's a right, not a privilege, or it's a privilege, not a right, what you're hearing is that's corruption, right? Not all people are treated equal, it's pay to play. That's how they phrase that. It is the government's decision if you get freedom of speech or freedom of religion or freedom at all. It is at our discretion. It's not a right. And they frame things in that way, and they've conditioned people to not question privilege. Oh, you don't have that privilege, sorry. But that privilege at its core is freedom and equality. And so that's what they're talking about, civil rights and so forth. And so, no, propaganda from here is trivial compared to the US. It's a tiny amount and of trivial effectiveness. Whereas in the United States, the amount that they have is short of nothing on earth. There is no country with the mechanisms, because their propaganda is deep-rooted in TV, movies, video games, social media, even social media from other countries. The U.S. controls the algorithms. They control the speed at which companies can connect. They can double bill companies. They can make any message they want unaffordable to get out, and they can make any message that they want free to hit unlimited. And those little things, that control of things that people don't understand, is essentially the control of everything. Right? It doesn't matter that you can still call someone on the phone and ask them a question and work around it. Doesn't affect anything, right? And so they use math to completely control censure in a way that is complete, right? And that's why you can stand anywhere and shout anything you want in America, because your voice goes nowhere, and they know it. You're of no risk to anyone. James says, in Canada is now considered to be colonialist to deny right to do hard drugs in public. So the interesting thing there is that is a colonial thing, right? The idea that hard drugs are a bad thing that people shouldn't be able to do is pretty much a weird Britishism. It's also a weird Britishism to push hard drugs on people. So it kind of is. But I mean, we think the same thing in the U.S., right? It's an attempt to support the organized crime, is why they have not allowed it in the past. Why it's so curtailed in the U.S. is because they want to push the hard drugs. You allow it when you want it to go away. You curtail it when you want to control it and be able to push it. You need to really push hard drugs. You need dealers, and you need that underground scene. to allow for that nefarious pushing activity. And so it is used as a colonial mechanism, unfortunately. But it says politics put me to sleep. They honestly put me to sleep too, but they're important. Kevin says, I would never believe Nicaragua was safe based on U.S. warnings versus seeing your channel recently. I would say, Kevin, the thing is to do is look at U.S. warnings. I think they tell you straight up that it's safe. Look at the State Department stuff on Nicaragua. It warns you. Every single thing that it says about Nicaragua, if you stop and read it, is they're describing the U.S. And so when you read it, like, obviously they're lying, right? But they say that they're allowed to lie. So they're straight up about it. That's the funny thing. They say, we're allowed to put out false information, and they don't even bother to try to come up with something that relates to Nicaragua in the State Department warning about Nicaragua. They straight up just describe the United States without, unabashed, no hiding, no pretending they didn't just copy, what did we do today? This is what we're doing. Americans are afraid of us doing this, so we're going to claim someone else doing that, and we'll hope Americans don't notice that we just described their own day-to-day lives. And then, so when you really look at it critically, it's like, oh, the government just flagged itself that they have nothing negative to say about Nicaragua. They didn't even bother because they knew they couldn't dig anything up. Like, that's awesome. Janet says, all the public schools and the Catholic schools all have uniforms. Yeah, it's nearly everybody. There are a couple of free-form private schools that don't do. I think El Mundo doesn't. Andrew O'Neill's here. Hey, Scott, good evening. I made it with my family to Popoyo, and we are now renting a small house, and we're able to successfully go through the process of updating our passports at the U.S. Embassy. Awesome. Glad that worked out before you had an emergency. Dagenki 6654. I wonder if Nicaraguans are aware of what is going on in Gaza with the genocide. Of course they are. I assume you have not lived in Nicaragua. It is everywhere. Are they going to be in the right side of history after it's just common knowledge to everyone else? I think you're missing the common knowledge. It is common knowledge that Nicaragua is the most outspoken supporter of Palestine on earth. So if you think that it's not known here, the main highway through the capital on which the Capitol Mall is on is the Pista Gaza. The main new city park is Palestinian Park or Palestine Park. There is quite literally no non-Arab country in the world more outspoken on Palestine than Nicaragua. The Palestinian flag flies all over the country. The government officials here march with Palestinian armbands or flags draped over their shoulders. In most cases, the universities fly the Palestinian flag, sporting events fly the Palestinian flag. They give speeches about Palestine all the time. They speak in the United Nations about Palestine. So if you're wondering if Nicaraguans are aware, I think you'll find it is the most well-informed, distant country in the world, right? Obviously, places like Israel, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Egypt, Iraq, Libya are more informed, more involved, know more of what's going on, obviously, right. But when it comes to wholly unrelated countries, Nicaragua has made such an unbelievable stand. There is certainly nobody in Europe that would be comparable for any side, right? In either direction, Nicaragua is so completely taking a stand, and worked so hard to make it so visible. So, if you're interested in seeing that part of history from a different perspective, coming here and seeing how it's treated and concerned. And in a similar vein, and this is a really interesting thing, and a lot of Nicaraguans at this point I think have forgotten this, but if you go back and look at the Troubles in the 1990s, and obviously they go back farther than that, and for those who are not as old as me to remember these things, the Troubles being the situation in Northern Ireland, especially in Belfast, there was this really iconic song about Ireland in the 1990s called Zombie by the Cranberries. And it's this very sad song about how the people there are so impacted by the fight for their freedom that they can't let it go. It never leaves their mind. They are always trapped fighting for their homeland, even if just emotionally and mentally. They never get to feel free. And in the case of Northern Ireland, they never became free, right? They lost. And all throughout that time period, not only was Nicaragua very acutely aware of the colonialism happening with Ireland and Northern Ireland, and Nicaragua, of all places, isn't just embracing of its colonial heritage, but is extremely outspoken about the dangers of modern colonialism and a watchdog on colonialism around the world, and going to say something. And so from a government perspective, from an official or semi-official, whether it's government or party or whatever, there is a very strong affinity for people who are fighting for their identity. And if you look at the time period that Nicaragua was making such a stand, right? And so now, without any government influence, as far as I can tell whatsoever, right? Because I've looked for this, I've paid attention for this. I have never heard any government outlet promote or cause any of this occurrence. But in the lineup of the 10 songs you always play at any event, and of course something is missed all the time, right? There's a couple songs that you're just like, how is this a song that they play all the time? What a weird song. And one that I think a lot of people can't figure out why is Zombie by the Cranberries. And it's because it is the battle cry of Northern Ireland at the time of the Troubles, as they were trying to free themselves of the colonialism of the United Kingdom. And their sadly losing fight for their freedom and identity. And Nicaraguans identify with that so much that this song became woven into the fabric. Now, I just saw you've been living in the U.S. for over 40 years, so you left before, or you were born there or whatever. You were not here when Zombie was written, right? Zombie came about within the last 40 years. So impossible to have heard it before then. But sometime in the last 40 years, Zombie has become this end of the night, winding down pub song in the same way it is in Ireland. And for so long that the generation now, because it's in English, have no idea what it's about. Because they don't study Irish history in the way that we used to. And they weren't living through it in the way that we did. And it's just a song that they sing. But for people who are my age, it's like, oh my gosh, of course Zombie makes sense here. But what a weird thing to hear this Irish song every night. But that is why you hear it constantly, is because they are identifying with and solidarity with the fight against colonial oppression in Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland went through so much of that fight during and immediately following the fight for freedom here in Nicaragua, right? Because that was the very late 70s and through the 1980s with the Contra War. And, of course, Nicaragua and Northern Ireland were fighting off massive superpower nearby countries and ones that were England and its colonies trying to take over more places. And Northern Ireland and Ireland were trying to shake off British colonial rule, and Nicaragua was trying to shake off American colonial rule, which by extension was British colonial rule. And the overlap of that with the struggle here was so dramatic, right? So they had to see it as a form of solidarity. They were kind of fighting the same thing together, and at the same time. The Troubles in Northern Ireland were from the end of the 1960s So a little bit before Nicaragua really started fighting, until 1998, after Nicaragua had essentially won, but we're still going through some problems. So they still had some amount of ideological overlap during that time. And but the height of it, the late 1970s through about 1990, they did together, even if only spiritually. So that is this very important social thing that is so hard to identify until you've really experienced it, and you're like, I get it. Lost you guys for a bit there. There we go. Taikanki 6654 says, I'm a Nicaraguan living in the States for over 40 years. I'm so happy to hear that they are with me being so pro-Palestine. Kevin says, Chris Fogarty wrote a good book on the history of Irish Holocaust, 1840s, 1850s. Oh, good one. Then Taikanki says, I remember in 1979 we backed up the Sandinistas by just not leaving our homes. Just staying. So been gone for 40 years, so you must have left, what is that, the mid 80s? Must have been during the Contra War. I was in the US during that time, so we have a very different perspective, but something that Nicaraguans often are not aware of is that the occupation and war in Nicaragua was a betrayal of the American people as well. We were lied to about it. It was actually waged as a war on the American people. Obviously, it is a impossible thing to compare how betrayed we were versus the Nicaraguans, right? Nicaragua was colonized and destroyed, and people were killed all over. But in the U.S., all of that was being done to manipulate and control and undermine U.S. democracy. They were using it as part of a propaganda campaign. They were using it as an attempt to traffic drugs and control Americans via the CIA and such. And so that was, as unfair as it is to compare, it was also in a war on every American. Every single American was a victim and betrayed by their government by the acts that it did in Nicaragua, culminating in the 1979 assassination of U.S. journalists on what is now the Pista Gaza, where American journalists, supposed to be protected in an American-controlled zone, and American-backed soldiers put them on their knees in front of an American news crew and blew their brains out on the U.S. news. They didn't know they were on the U.S. news, but did so, and it brought to light that Jimmy Carter was waging a war against his own people and against Nicaragua when he had promised not to, and found out that all the information was false, and that any American who dared to speak out was going to have a gun put to their head, quite literally. And so we were, for those who are my age-ish, very acutely aware that most Americans and most Nicaraguans were on the same side in that war, and it was a war of the U.S. government against both of us. But Nicaraguans could see the bullets flying, and Americans had no visibility, as is often the case in the U.S. The propaganda, even in the 1970s, which of course, coming off the Vietnam War, was a propaganda engine of epic proportions, because the entire Vietnam War was won also in the same vein, where Americans were not allowed to know what it was about. They were not allowed to know the situation that was going on. They were not allowed to know who was winning or who was losing. And losing the Vietnam War came very much as a surprise to many Americans who had been told we were winning it. right? And then finding out what we were fighting over, and how it had started, and that we were there to protect French rubber plantations, and that we had some of our highest casualty rates, and some of our most horrific battles were fought to colonize a very peaceful small country, well, medium-sized country for sure. And so they had built such an engine against the Americans to make it possible to draft Americans and send them to a war that they didn't even declare. They were unwilling to declare war because they couldn't get any approval for it. They couldn't justify it. They couldn't explain it. And yet we were in a massive conflict that defined a generation. And then Nicaragua came right on its heels. So it's seeing the actions of the era, as someone growing up in the United States during that time, we saw how much Nicaragua was on the side of stopping colonialism, being willing to stand up and say something, and to bear the brunt of what that entailed. Yeah, I left in 1985. I was just 16 years old before the draft age. I'm going back home just as soon as I can financially. James says, Northern Ireland is about religion. Ireland Catholic and Northern was Protestant, sort of. Northern Ireland Irish are also Catholic by and large. It was not, they painted it as religion per my earlier conversation. Keep in mind that most of the Orange in Northern Ireland are Church of England, which is also Catholic, and always has been. And it was about borders, not about religion, right? Because Ireland was a religious-free country, whereas England has an official state religion, right? So it was about who they were, and that's why they didn't bring in Protestants to stack the deck. They brought in British Catholics to stack the deck, and it was purely about politics. They wanted people to think it was about religion. That is part of the propaganda of the era, but it makes no sense when you look at it from the outside. There was only one religion in the area, right? Two different versions of that religion, but those versions were based purely on politics, not on religion. Kanki says, I'm bringing my Cuban girlfriend with me. I know she'll love it. Is she actually from Cuba? If you've been in the U.S. for so long, in theory, you can work remotely, although maybe you're able to retire as well. And of course, being born here, should be able to work here, but you wouldn't want to. It doesn't normally make sense. I'm working on a little project in the background. Yes, she's Cuban. Cool. She came in 2001. Very nice. Where are you living now? What part of this? I think you said you're in the States. What part of the States? Oh, Miami. Okay. Nice and easy from there. Of course, Miami. Everybody's always in Miami. like most Nicaraguans to the States. You know, I lived in Dallas. There were a lot in Dallas. So they do spread out, but Miami gets an awful lot. I lived in Little Salvador, so tons of Hondureños and Guatemaltecas. We do it on numbers, by the way. I haven't looked for a while. Oh, by the way, give it a thumbs up. Guys, I forgot to mention it. My dad forgot to mention it. Nobody mentioned it. Give the show a thumbs up. Helps. We do have quite a few. Like, people did remember. But if you haven't done it, James says, I worked in a Protestant in Canada. I think there's some word missing from that sentence, James. I'm not sure what you mean. You worked in a Protestant church in Canada? You worked in... but, yep, give it a thumbs up. We've got 16 people on currently. We've been on for 4.5 hours. Not terrible. Not terrible. I'm a little bit hungry. I've not had dinner. There is pasta on the stove for me. Hopefully my daughter wants to watch some more shows with me tonight. I've gotten her into As Time Goes By. If none of you have watched As Time Goes By, you have to go watch that show. It is so good. And we got into it because we watched Casablanca, my daughter and I. And, of course, first of all, if none of you have watched Casablanca, you need to go watch Casablanca. I love that movie. And, of course, it's, you must remember this. A kiss is still a kiss. A sigh is still a sigh. Right? It's what Sam plays on the piano at Rick's Cafe Americain. And so they play it quite a few times in the movie. Play it, Sam, right? Everyone makes him play it. You played it for her, you can play it for me. And it's so iconic, and I love that movie. And so I'm watching it with my daughter, and she doesn't know any of the references, which drove me crazy. She's like, I'm like, there's another quote. There's another quote. She's like, what? I'm like, here's looking at you, kid. Nope, she doesn't know that one. Oh my gosh. I think this is the start of a beautiful friendship. Nope, she doesn't know that one. Play it, Sam. Nope, she doesn't know that one. I can't even... The number of famous quotes is just unbelievable. Oh, we'll always have Paris. Of all the gin joints in all the towns in all the world, she walks into mine. Like, it's hard to come up with any movie more iconically quoted. Louis, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship, which is my favorite bit of the movie. I never make plans that far ahead. A little bit that's kind of generic, but it is. I'm shocked to find that gambling is going on in here, which has been used how many times? I like. Do you despise me? If I gave you any thought, I probably would. If that plane leaves the ground and you're not with him, you'll regret it. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon and for the rest of your life. And she didn't know that one. I'll be there at 10. That's a famous quote, but like, okay. All the gin joints. Play it, Sam. Here's looking at you, kid. We'll always have Paris. I guess that's the breakdown. Okay, nope, there's more. But where are they? How do I find them? Apparently you can't find them. They're somewhere else. Anyway, But it just goes on and on. This unbelievable list of quotes, and she doesn't know any of them. Anyway, so we're watching the movie, and I'm like, this song is, also became the title of my favorite TV show. And she likes British sitcoms, so she was like, okay, let's give it a try. And so far she likes it, and it's just fantastic. Round Up the Usual Suspects. That's from it, and even the movie The Usual Suspects is from that. And my favorite show is named after it, right? Dale says, one of my favorite jobs was at Rick's Cafe American in Denver in the 80s. I'm looking at the rankings. I stick my neck out for nobody. Are my eyes really brown? There's the I Heard a Story monologue. Oh, he's just like any other man, only more so. Making out a report now. We haven't quite decided whether he committed suicide or died trying to escape. Oh, please, monsieur. It is a little game we play. They put it on the bill. I tear up the bill. It is very convenient. Well, Rick is the kind of man that, well, if I were a woman and I were not around, I would be in love with Rick. But what a fool I am talking to a beautiful woman about another man. Oh, it's a crazy world. Anything can happen. From Ilsa. Last night I saw What Has Happened to You. Blah, blah, blah. She's not very quotable. Victor Laszlo. In a concentration camp, one is apt to lose a little weight. It's so iconic, and she doesn't, she just didn't like it that much. I just realized that I think the entire dialogue of Casablanca is on the Wikipedia page. I mean, but wow. That's pretty crazy. Dun dun da da dun. Ba dun dun da da dun. Ba da 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 da. The world will always welcome lovers as time goes by. My daughter is currently playing video games with her cousins, so we have to see if they are going to play all night. They are so funny. Oh, we got my doggy sighing. Why are you sighing? Are you sleepy? I have more messages on OBS than I do on YouTube. YouTube is having a problem showing me what you guys are writing. Huh, interesting. You guys are getting very quiet. We're kind of diminishing numbers. What do you guys think? Should we kind of call it a night? We've had a good solid night. We're 4.5 hours. Like we're good. This is fair. It is 10 in Dallas. It makes it 11 on the East Coast. I've got a sweet doggy right here. Yes, you're so sweet. I do have a lot of work to do, but I'm not falling asleep. But I do want to eat dinner. But you guys are kind of quiet. What do you think? Should we wrap it there for this week? And remember, no live stream next week. It's Thanksgiving and my daughter's birthday, so we are taking a week off. So just be prepared. which I know will be. But in 2 weeks we'll have a big live stream and it'll be fun. Janet has given her approval for us to call it a night. Anyone else? Janet's like, but I can just drive over and see him. Your daughter is doing movie studies. She's going to watch the usual movies those courses generally cover. So yeah, Dale, we have so currently we're doing, I forget what year it's up to. We're doing classic studies, which I think is up until 1970 or somewhere in the 70s. And then we're going to do modern studies. So she's doing it in 2 semesters. So currently, so I don't have all of them memorized, but I'll give you kind of a rundown. Wizard of Oz, Casablanca. So it's post-silent, pre-modern, right? So she's not studying silent film, although she has sat down and watched Buster Keaton and stuff, Charlie Chaplin with me. So Casablanca, Gone with the Wind, Rear Window. She absolutely loves Rear Window. Wizard of Oz, Star Wars 2001, Oklahoma. There's another musical in there. I can't remember what it is. Oh shoot! I have all the movies ready. But it's like it's a couple of like the top sci-fis, top westerns, top dramas, top comedies. Oh, Singing in the Rain. I know that's in there. Oh boy. I can't think of. There's quite a few. I can't. There's like Ben-Hur, I think. Maybe Lawrence of Arabia. It's pretty cool. It's a good good thing. So yeah, we're covering some pretty serious movies. It's really cool. We're not doing High Noon. I know that's not in the list. She may get in. I don't think she's gonna really get into westerns. You got to be a little bit more our age or older for the most part for westerns. Even I like a good western, but I'm not like my dad is more into westerns than me. It's very much a generational thing. It's kind of a interesting bit of Americana to have westerns as a thing. And then I forget what's in the. I haven't really looked at what's in the modern studies, but I know there's a lot of good stuff in there. Like it's really good movies. So yeah, it's really cool as literature because it's different generation. Like cinema as literature, she's really enjoying, and she's also into like cinematography. So she's studying angles and lighting and acting and like getting into it. None of those things are things she wants to do as a job, but they're all things that she just finds very interesting. And so she's getting into literature studies in this fun way, so it's pretty cool. Thaya Kanki says, I once went to Ponaloya and they warned me about stingrays. Is that still something? Yeah, there's so many stingrays. If you go out in the water and don't know what you're doing, you're going to get stung, pretty much. Kevin says, thanks for the live stream. Good answers tonight. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here, Kevin. Thanks for everybody. Remember to give a thumbs up before you leave. Mary says, nighty-night. High Noon. I was a kid. It was beautiful going around on the inside areas where the ocean goes in the estuaries. Yep. And that's I own in Las Penitas, so that's where I am. That was one we had to do for 10th grade film study along along the waterfront. Interesting. Neither of those are here. Oh, I think she has Bridge on the River Kwai. I think there's another World War II movie. No. Bridge on the River Kwai is her one World War II movie. MASH is her Korea movie. I know that one's in the list because oh my gosh, MASH, so good. Like real MASH, the movie. Love that film. There's very few on the list that I'm not like really looking forward to like sitting down and really watching with her because we watch them together. It's like it's a good valuable time together. But it's like watching the movies with this like intent to study it as a movie is pretty cool. And we're really enjoying that. So it gives a different perspective for sure to the movies. And I think it adds a lot, right? Which is why I'm starting on my other channel, Film Studies, just thing where I talk about movies because it like allows me to enjoy movies in a different way, digging into them and analyzing a little bit and being like, this actor and this thing and this is where she came from, this is where he came from, this is when they first did this and that and this guy and this is the reference to this thing, and seeing it as a continuum of history rather than these independent vignettes is valuable in a whole different way. Allow you to and you know, as an American especially, cinema history tracks American history in a way that most countries do not. France maybe, sure, but you know, if you go to pick a place, Nigeria, and say, I want to see Nigeria through film throughout history, you're going to be like, no, you're going to see like 10 movies over a period. And then in the last 10 years, yeah, millions of things. But prior to that, you're going to be like, there's nothing to see. But in the U.S., because the film industry really took off in the U.S. first, and Kodak was there, you get to see the development of the country through its own eyes for a huge amount of time. And it's crazy interesting to go back and watch movies from like 1906 and watch in the 10s and the 20s and the 30s and see what they thought of the world. And you have to understand what Hollywood does today and you know, how they portray things and then extrapolate. But like, people were really concerned about Hitler in the early 30s. People were only moderately concerned about the Great Depression in the 1930s. It didn't hit them the way that we think that it did. They were poor. But when you watch the movies in the 20s, most people were poor too. It was the rich people who became poor in the 30s. The poor people were already poor. And watching all these movies about the 20s, seeing the 20s through their own eyes, and like prior to the collapse, and then seeing, you know, and seeing prohibition firsthand, and seeing, you know, like, oh, we don't have alcohol, so we have domestic abuse. And you're like, oh my gosh, the amount of domestic abuse that was in film in the 1920s was unreal. Like, they were unhinged, you know, and just this unbelievable acceptance of domestic violence. And it seems like, oh, you couldn't get a drink, you got to beat someone up. Right? You didn't see it in the 1900s, you didn't see it in the 1910s, and in the 1920s is incredible violence towards women. And then in the 1930s, like, it seems to go away, and you're like, wow, there's a really clear track there of what was going on. Brent says, que tengas una buena noche, amigo, desde la fría Canada. Have a good night, Brent. Enjoy cold Canada. Genki says, Las Venidas, that's right. It's been so long. Last time I was in Matagalpa in a honeymoon with a local girl. Very cool. MASH the movie was awesome. I love that movie. No North by Northwest or Citizen Kane. Oh, we already did Citizen Kane. I forgot that we've already done it. Yeah, of course, Citizen Kane, and Citizen Kane's fantastic. And she, like, really got into it. Like, we had to stop and explain things. Like, she doesn't know Pulitzer and Hearst, and, like, there's a bunch of history that you kind of have to really get Citizen Kane. But watching it, you know, she, like, now gets Rosebud references other places, and like, she really appreciated Citizen Kane for, you know, like, okay, so this is where lighting concepts came from, and this is where this and that came from. I don't think we're doing North by Northwest because we did Rear Window was like, some of the films are like North by Northwest or Rear Window or Psycho, and so we did Rear Window, which was a great choice. Like, really got her into it. We do some amount of foreign film, but I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. It is not Fritter Blows. I think we're doing Seventh Seal, Swedish film, and I wish I had the list in front of me, because I keep forgetting. There might be a French film, but I don't think so. Strawberry Fields would be a pretty good one. I do collect all the different movies, right? So we have a huge collection of stuff from absolutely everywhere. And my movie system allows me to bring them up chronologically, so I can just watch movies. I love this. I mentioned this a while ago, but I haven't mentioned it in a little while. That I can watch movies just one right after another, going from oldest to newest. It's so much fun to have it like that and be like, what's the next movie? Boop. Edwin says, I'm back, Scott. It's 10 p.m. now. We were just wrapping up, and there's more people on now than when I said we might wrap up. And people started asking questions. Can't win for trying or whatever. I don't know. Can't predict what is happening. Well, the most classic film I watched is Taxi Driver, 1966. I am not a big fan of Taxi Driver. I love some of the cinematography for sure. Like it's a well shot film, obviously, but not a big fan. It is a classic. I've had it on Laserdisc. I've got it on everything. If you saw Moonraker, did Dolly have braces in the original movie? You meaning in Octopussy? I don't know. I don't know if Dolly had braces in the original. Of course, I've seen Moonraker many times. Dale says, yeah, I like Rear Window better than North by Northwest, just from an entertainment basis. My daughter really liked, and this is influential, so it's a difficult one to replay, I guess. But she's also very much into very deep artistic video games, right? So we're also doing video game history as part of her studies later next year. And The Flower Collectors is this amazing film about the Spanish Revolution, the Spanish Civil War, told through the genre of Rear Window. And she loved it as a game. And then seeing The Flower Collectors basically retold as Rear Window really got her into the movie. And so it was a really great example of how video games can match and surpass cinema in storytelling, and it's a great one. The Flower Collectors is an artistic masterpiece that definitely rivals Rear Window. If you're into really deep literary video gaming, check out The Flower Collectors. Great one. You can probably play through it in 2 nights. Not a huge thing. Or the 1976 one. There's one from the 60s that I don't remember at this point. Dale says, we need to have an offline discussion about setting up a jellyfin system and populating it. Oh yeah, Dale, you need to come over and let it populate for like a week. It's unbelievable. And it says, I like Back to the Future trilogy. They are fantastic. So my kids, not really into the Back to the Future movies, which is weird, but one of the things that's really iconic for us as a family is playing Back to the Future, the Telltale game, which was amazing. Loved it. You really got into the world of the game in this extreme way. It was good. Unfortunately, the website for the game is gone, which is so sad. Now we own it, so we're able to play it, but is it still able to be? Oh, it's in the voting to save the game thing on GOG, but this is the game. Everyone should go vote. 2015. Amazing. Did such a good job telling the story. And for that game is really a big deal for my kids because we started playing it when we first lived in Nicaragua 10 years ago. And so we actually associate this game with our original time in Nicaragua. And we've played it all the way through, I think 3 times. Very, very good. Convoy with Chris Christopherson. Oh my gosh, Convoy. That I watched when I was a kid led me to a 20-year trucking career before I grew up. That's awesome. I know that movie. Jesus time traveled in the Bible if you pay attention. Okay. I assume you mean between the Gospels. Next week, most schoolers in Nicaragua go on vacation except 11th graders who graduate on December 6th. Cool. Dale, I did not have 400 blows, but I did go get it. I will have it in, looks like 2 hours. If anyone has a copy of El Paseo 2010 from Colombia, let me know. Or El Paseo Dos 2012. 2012, not 2012. I'm actually, this is mostly for Dale. Dale, I'm so into the jellyfin thing and found out that I can't hook up easily a Raspberry Pi with a jellyfin player that does what I want to a TV, and I really want this. So I'm building the product to fix that problem. So I may have a Raspberry Pi native jellyfin player soon, which is a funny situation to be in. But I'm like, this is something I need. I need to make this. All right, guys, we're a little bit quiet. I think we're kind of in the game of wrapping up. We do have 20 people on, but probably a good time to call it a night. It is a 11:15 on the East Coast. It is basically 5 hours on the live stream. Thanks so much, everyone, for joining. I am going to get to work. Got to do my Duolingo. Managua is so nice. You should live there. I mean, Managua's nice. Leon is pretty nice. Managua does not have the beach. I like the restaurants in Managua. There's a lot of neighborhoods I like, but it doesn't have the big city vibe that does it for me. So while I like visiting and I'm there all the time, it's hard to justify wanting to live there. It would be a bit more expensive, wouldn't have the ocean. We really like our community here in Leon. My kids love going to Managua, but when they go to a city, they like going to a bigger city. So it's tough to choose Managua as our big city. I really, really love spending time in Guatemala City. That's my big city when I can. Which Back to the Future game did you want a vote for? It's just the one that I sent. That link should take you straight to it. Like that, there should just be a vote on it. I took it off my screen, but I should be able to get it here. Hold on. I don't know if it lets you vote if you don't have a GOG sign in, but if it does, there's just a square that says like 672. Just click on that; it'll go to 673. I understood the words, but didn't but didn't lol. All right, guys, have a good night. I will see. I guess that's it. I'll just see everybody tomorrow, and no live stream next week. 2 weeks until the next live stream.